out that in accordance with those other FMPs, those safes are still produced every year. So that's essentially the issue. We can't follow that model for scallops, which is also required to have an annual safe under the FMP because it only has one stock. It wouldn't make much sense to produce the scallop safe but not review scallops. So it's likely that amending the FMP language could change this. I had an informal consultation with General Counsel on this, but that it could be possibly fairly minimal change to the language in the FMP. Would likely not pose any risk to the stock, or I mean, would not be done in a way that poses any risk to the stock or interruption of state management. So if there's council interest, staff could report back at a future meeting on the necessary level of analysis and advise the council about whether we would get this done as an attachment to a pending amendment or if it would be better to do as a standalone. I'm not suggesting a motion or initiation of an amendment is necessary at this time under this agenda item, at this meeting. But if there's council interest, then I could work with federal and state agency staff and maybe provide a brief summary of what would be needed to do an amendment on this. So the issue is, something that came up in the SSE meeting, and I just wanted to revisit it and open it up for any questions from council members. And with that, that is the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Armstrong, I might have missed you speaking to the bullet on this slide on the ESH update next year. Are you suggesting that kind of a housekeeping amendment could be folded into that package, or I guess I might have missed the reference there?
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I didn't mention that. That's the slide in the SSC. That was one of the possible avenues that was suggested, but we're not at a stage right now where I could, assume that those involved in the EFH update are on board with this idea. So I definitely want to consult with them, but it's possible that could be the easiest route if that is a tenable pathway.
Thank you.
Further questions on the staff report? Okay, thank you for the presentation. Already gotten our SSC report. So that will bring us to public comment. Like we have not had anybody sign up to testify. With that, council ready for action. Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a quick motion here. Been passed on to council staff, so there it is. My motion reads: the council approves the scallop safe report and adopts the OFL of 1.284 million pounds, which is 582 tons, and the ABC of 1.156 million pounds, equivalent to 524 tons, as recommended by the SSC.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Cross. Ms. Bush.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cross. Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate the work that the scallop staff and plan team members have put into this. I wanted to give some kudos to Tyler Jackson, who at his first meeting volunteered to serve as co-chair of that committee. Maybe before I go on, I should wait to see if there are any questions on the motion, but just in brief speaking to my motion, this is the OFL and ABC as recommended by the ABC, and I'm not suggesting any changes to their recommendations.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bush. Any questions on the motion?
Mr. Chairman? Yeah, I have a few more comments to speak to the motion. As we heard in the presentation, the harvest during the 2019-20 season was less than 20% of the OFL, and overfishing did not occur. And while an official overfishing determination cannot be made for the most recent 2020-2021 season until those discard numbers are finalized, the preliminary numbers that we have indicate that it's extremely unlikely that overfishing occurred in the most recent season. The state conducts an annual fishery independent scallop survey, which focuses on the most productive scallop beds to provide information to managers to determine our annual guideline harvest levels. We are currently working on methods to estimate scallop biomass in these surveyed areas, and these annual estimates will hopefully be available in the near future. I'd also like to note my appreciation to our department staff and vessel crew who worked to get the 2020 scallop survey completed during the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as safely deploy observers on the vessels. The plan team and stock assessment authors should incorporate the SSC comments to the extent practicable. I support the SSC's continued endorsement for scallop survey updates occurring as executive summaries in alternative years to improve administrative efficiency and maximize our analyst time. I will note that next year we are planning to get a full SAFE document, and so it would be the year after that we would do more of this executive summary type SAFE. I also support the SSC's note on providing additional flexibility in the specification schedule. I'd like to put a placeholder down now for this flexibility to be included in the next scallop FMP amendment package. I didn't want to initiate a separate analysis to amend the FMP at this time, but I'd like to see council staff look into that option that would allow for something other than an annual assessment to occur if the SSC makes that recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bush. Questions from council members? Any amendments? Okay, comments on the motion? Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quickly, just as a note, under Mr. Miller's report, I think we, as a council, should just send our appreciation to the scallop fleet to their trying to be very cognizant of the COVID and their efforts to remain safe. So thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Cross. Additional comments? Don't see any. I think we are ready to vote then. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Calling the roll on the Alaska scallop catch specifications. Dr. Balsiger.
Yes.
Ms. Bush.
Yes.
Ms. Campbell.
Yes.
Mr. Cross.
Yes.
Mr. Down.
Yes.
Mr. Jensen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Marks.
Yes.
Mesereau.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Mr. Caneen.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously, 11-0.
And thank you, Mr. Witherell. Further on C1. Thank you very much. That brings us next to agenda item C2, EDM, and it's 10:55 Alaska time. Sorry, Dr. Balsiger, did you have a?
I am not going to sit at the table on C2, and this has been an extraordinary effort by the council over several years. I wanted to give you my best thoughts as you work your way through this, and of course, Glenn Miller will be on for the region, but and I'll see you probably on Friday.
All right, thank you, Dr. Balsiger. Okay, with that, I invite Dr. Stram to kick us off on this presentation, introduce us to the team, and start walking us through the presentation. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, Diana Stram, council staff. I'm going to give you a quick overview of what's posted to your agenda first, as well as who you will be hearing from in terms of presentation today. The main presenters will be myself, Anna Henry, and Mike Downs. I would note that other members of the team that are listed on the slide, many of them are available online. And so if there are additional questions, I do believe that many of our team members are also available to help answer questions as needed as well. Posted to your agenda item then, under this item, we have obviously the analysis that is available to you, of which we will be walking through starting this morning. Posted, appended separately as the SIA that Dr. Downs will be going through as well in conjunction with this presentation. We have posted the council's motion from October, which will be discussing how that changed the nature of this analysis that's before you today, as well as two separate letters that have been pulled forward from the comment letters because they have been put forward by members of the Alaska State Legislature. And that is the information that is posted to your agenda. And I will be walking through the information that we're going to discuss in conjunction with this agenda item now. And you've already obviously received your SST report earlier this morning. So in terms of the relative presentation, these are the items that we're going to be walking through. We'll go through the purpose and need, which has changed, and the refocus of the analysis as a result of that. I'll walk you through your revised suite of alternatives and options, as well as the comparison of those. We'll touch very quickly on the inferences drawn from the previous model on the halibut stock, spawning stock biomass and survey states. Obviously, you've heard the response from the SSC on that, and to the extent possible, we'll also touch on where the SSC has made requests for changes. We will go through the groundfish and halibut fishery background and revenue analysis, again, the social impact assessment, and focusing on changes from your previous review, and a wrap-up. I would note that page 14 of your executive summary provides a broad brush overview of the major changes in this analysis and why those changes have been done. And then there's a table in the executive summary that also provides you where and why those sections of the analysis were modified, which represent what we consider to be major changes, and those are the ones that we're going to be touching on, which sections have some minor changes that we will always be available for questions on, but are not necessarily walking through absolutely every minor change that's been included in the analysis. So starting with the purpose and need on page 34, the purpose and need was changed by the council in October, and I'm not going to read the entire thing, but I did want to focus on the second paragraph and why it's color-coded the way it is. The blue coding then, the council intends to establish an abundance-based halibut PSC management program in the BSAI for the Amendment 80 sector that meets the requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, particularly minimizing halibut PSC to the extent practical under National Standard 9 and achieving optimum yield in the BSAI groundfish fisheries on a continuum basis under National Standard 1. The directly affected entity of this action is the Amendment 80 sector. That is the
That is the sector of which we are setting an action to modify their PSC limits. So in blue are the aspects of the purpose and need that are part of the directly affected entity. Noting also that with the options that you've also created, the council is considering a program that would link the halibut PSC limit for the Amendment 80 sector and provide incentives for the fleet to minimize halibut mortality at all times. So those are the parts of the alternatives that we'll touch on that are directly affecting Amendment 80, and that is the direct impact of this action is on the Amendment 80 sector. The purpose and need also contains the aspect that this action could also promote conservation of the halibut stock and may provide additional opportunities for the directed halibut fishery. That is an indirect effect of this action, and that is because the council does not have the direct authority to provide additional opportunities for the directed halibut fishery. That's under the authority of the IPHC. So we try very hard throughout our presentation to distinguish between what's a direct impact on the Amendment 80 sector and what's an indirect impact. And those are all impacts that are related to the directed halibut fishery, as well as any potential for promoting conservation of the halibut stock, because those are not under the authority of the council. So how has the analysis been refocused to address this revised purpose and need? The purpose and needs changes then and the discussion by the council in October refocused the analysis on our normal focus, which is on balancing between national standards. And the purpose and need also superseded what used to be those 5 overarching objectives. We had those 5 overarching objectives that were derived from the previous purpose and need in order to provide a context for the performance metrics that were being derived from the modeling effort. That was something that we changed direction coming out of October per council directive, and the purpose and need and the focus on the purpose and need on the national standards really superseded taking any of those objectives further. The purpose and need also is associated with the revised alternative set. We will walk through our revised methods for analysis, and then we have some policy trade-off sections that are all related to these changes from the council. So starting with the alternatives, and I'm just pointing out that alternative 1, the no action alternative, there we go. I would just note here in terms of, and you'll hear this, you heard this from the SSC, but just pointing out in terms of the halibut mortality in 2015. So while we were doing the groundfish revenue analysis, we noticed that the 2015 haul level PSC data in the observer database were not comparable to other years. So as you'll hear from Ms. Henry later, that was eliminated from the analysis. So there's no groundfish revenue analysis that includes that 2015 haul level data. However, we thought the annual totals that came from a different database, the Catch Counting database, were accurately capturing deck sorting mortality. So we continued to report the annual 2015 level, total data, but we now know that we are, it is underreported the deck sorting levels from 2015. So we need to update it with an additional 232 tons of PSC mortality. So the total in 2015 should actually be 1634. And as you heard from the SSC, that's something that we'll be updating for the final the draft EIS that will be published. But I would just note that in all comparative tables and information that we show for annual totals, mostly in terms of the alternative set that I'm going to walk through, that does not include the additional. This should actually be 1634. Okay, so the alternative set uses a combination of survey states to determine pre-specified PSC limits in lookup tables. This is just showing you the trends then for the trial survey 98 to 2019 and the set line survey. And then the lines that you see delineate. So for the trial survey, there's 2 different states, a high state and a low state, contingent on 150,000 tons in the index. Whereas for the set line survey and weight per unit effort, there's several different states. And so the distinction between the alternatives 2 and 3 and 4 have to do with having an additional low and very low state based on the set line survey. So what you can see is that in the most recent years in the Charles survey, we've been in this low state with the Charles survey trending down now. And then in the set line survey, depending on whether you are defining it, basically that you're also in this low state. We've never been in the very low, so below 6,000, but we have been in most recent years in that low state. So these are the action alternatives. There's 3 alternatives as lookup tables. The alternative 2 then includes the 3 different 3x2 table. So with PSC, with PSC limits ranging from 20% in the very low category, 20% below the current PSC limit, up to the current limit. In alternative 3 then, ranging from 30% below the current limit to 15% above the current limit. And then under alternative 4, in the very low, 45% below the current up to the current limit. Just to provide you a little bit of how we are reporting where we are in the survey under these alternatives, it's important to recognize that there is the year of the survey, and so that's the year that we're using to characterize where we are in the survey index state, which is now our most recent survey information is from 2019, which puts us in both the low level of the set line survey and the low level of the trial survey. And that information from 2019 then is used to derive the limit that would be categorized for 2020. So for all of these tables where you see that the year of the PSC limit that is set is a year after the year of the survey. And that's how, when we'll walk through in terms of the specifications, that's how our specifications process would work as well, where we set the specifications in the fall for a PSC limit that would be employed in the subsequent harvest specifications year. So beginning with then some of the options that could be applied to alternatives 2, 3, and 4. Option 1 then provides a rolling survey average to determine the PSC limit. And so for that, rather than using the individual number of the survey information in that single year, you're looking at a rolling average of the surveys. So that's where you see the survey years here. And deriving where you would be in that survey state. The shaded values here then give you the where that would have resulted historically in a different limit than you would have had if you were basing it on a single year. So given that basically in 2004 and 5, it would have resulted in a higher PSC limit than using the single survey information from that year. 2007 would have resulted in a lower limit, and in 2018 it would have resulted in a higher limit than if you had just used a single year. In terms of options then, of the other options that could apply, this is just to give you a little figure to show you how we numbered these, just to make sure that it's clear. So in terms of characterizing these alternatives, we've numbered them such that the first number gives you the number of the alternative, so alternative 3 here in blue. The second number gives you the number of the option that we're characterizing, option 2. And then the third number, if there's a sub-option that applies to it, we've added that number in there to give you the idea. So this would be alternative 3, option 2, sub-option 1. And noting that the options 2 through 4 are applied following the determination of the PSC limit, and that option 4 is mutually exclusive with the selection of either 2 or 3. So option 2 then is the PSC variability, and here this would be applied after to ensure that the PSC limit varies no more than a certain percentage per year. And then we have shaded here where where it would have been exceeded. I would note that we missed the shading on this particular 2010 number as well. Option 3 then provides an annual limit that would be set at either 80% or 90% of the annual PSC limit, with the provision that if the PSC usage is greater than the annual limit in more than 3 out of a rolling 7 years, then this is applied as a hard cap. And again, here the shading shows you where historical mortality is greater than the PSC limit that would have resulted from the application of this. And the darker shading indicates some rows where we neglected to shade them in your actual analysis. And just to kind of give you an idea of how this would work then, just looking from 2010 on, in terms of the rolling average. So here in pink, we have it shaded where that limit, where the mortality was exceeded that limit. And so basically, looking back historically, had you applied this in 2010, the first 3 years, the annual limit was exceeded. Nothing occurs during those years, but following the third time within 7 years, and in this case, it was 3 years in a row, that's the first year that this limit then becomes a hard cap. And it remains a hard cap until you can get out of those rolling 3 out of 7 years. And so in these cases, then the second year, then it was also exceeded, but it would have been a hard cap, obviously. But just for purposes of this example, then you have 3 years in a row where it was not exceeded, but it is still a hard cap because you're still within that rolling average. So under this example, then, the first year that it's possible that this would not be a hard cap would be in 2021 in 2022 if the mortality was not exceeded in that time, and that's based on the rolling time frame. And this is intended to be an incentive to stay below the level of the PSC limit to provide some buffer where the fleet is staying below the PSC limit. That's the intent of option 3. Option 4 then provides a additional PSC in a subsequent year when the PSC in a given year isn't realized. So the amount of the rollover is capped at 20% with any excess intended to stay in the water. So this table provides you an overview of how, using historical data, how this would have been applied. So just to walk through what's in this table, the first row then is the PSC that would have resulted from the lookup table. And then looking at the PSC use by Amendment 80 in those years, and then what the remainder would be. So the potential for what you could roll over. This next row then provides you the maximum rollover. So that's 20% of the PSC limit from the lookup table. What we're calling the effective PSC limit then is including the lookup table PSC plus any rollover. And then we just show what the difference is. So we're just walking through a couple of historical examples. For instance, if in 2015, and again, this is not with the updated information, this is with the mortality information that was reported in the document itself. This gives you an amount of rollover. So for 2016, then that rollover capped at the 20% is added to the PSC limit to allow for an effective PSC limit. So we just walked this through. Again, it's complicated by the fact that this is a PSC limit that's annually varying depending on the lookup table amount and the survey states. And so what we show here is that, for example, you might have some kind of perverse application of this. For instance, in 2017 to 2018, the PSC limit in 2018 as a result of the survey state in 2017 drops. But because you had rollover from 2017, your PSC limit is higher than that would result from the lookup table based on the survey states. We also looked at the hypothetical possibility of it coming back up in 2021 and 2022, just to point out what the possibility is under this, where the rollover amount could change based on changes in the survey. So it's not easily shown using these historical data, and it was, as we note in the document, it wasn't clear to the analysts what objective this option is intending to achieve, as well as the efficacy of how this could be evaluated. Just to show a historical comparison of the alternatives then, here we just show the colored bands. This is alternative 2, 3, and 4. The colored bands are the PSC limits that are in the lookup tables for those alternatives, and that's across each of these. The dark black then is the historical limit, and with the gray being historical mortality. So showing that in general for most of these alternatives, with the exception of alternative 3, in recent years, we've been at the highest end of the bands in the limit, but the mortality has been below that. We show this figure, table 2-12 in your document, to look at a comparison of the PSC limits across all the action alternatives with the survey state combinations that are necessary in order to achieve that limit. So that's the purpose of showing this table, is just to give you an indication of where you see where it's blank. That means that alternative does not include those levels of limits. So in alternative 2, you do not have any of these low limits. In alternative 3, you don't have these lower 2 limits, whereas in some of the other alternatives, you don't have the higher level. This figure is intended to show that we use the simulation model results for the indices to indicate the probability of different survey state cells moving into the future. As you've heard from the SSC, I'm just going to walk through this really quickly, but you've heard from the SSC that they did not think that we should be using the simulation model. We were just trying to give some information on where the survey states are likely to be moving into the future using the best information we had in front of us, which was the projection of the survey indices into the future. So we used different year sets. This would be for the entire simulation under the current PSC limit. We also contrasted that just to show the difference between having no PSC included in the model versus the status quo PSC limit. And then we also used the short term. And this just gives you the probability of where you would be in the short term in these different cells, in the likelihood, the number of simulations that fell within that category. So then table 213 then, following up on that, just shows you the range over the time frames, which are shown in these columns, and the alternatives. And so basically giving you an idea that in the short term, there's a higher probability that you're in the low and very low states of the surveys, and what the resulting alternative PSC limits would be for those years. Again, we've heard from the SSC that they, as you heard this morning, that they don't think that we should be using the simulation model to predict anything going into the future, given environmental conditions and variability of the halibut stock. So in our next iteration, we will basically just be not giving you an indication of where you might be. We'll just be using the historical data to say where we are right now. And then finally, in terms of the annual process to specify the PSC limit, this is something that would be folded into our specifications process. So it is a change in our specifications process, in that right now it's a fixed limit. And under any of the action alternatives, that limit would be folded into the way we do our PSC specifications, which is no different from how you do PSC specifications currently for your crab PSC, for your herring PSC, beginning with proposed specifications in October. And so what we show you is what information you have available for that meeting. So beginning with proposed specifications in October, the information that's available at that time would be the EBS trawl survey data, assuming that there's a survey. Obviously, we're in a weird situation right now where there was no survey last year. But then you would use that information to either set your proposed specification based on the previous year's limit, or if you had information from the trawl survey that would lead you to believe that you might be at a different state of the trawl survey than you were in the previous year, you might update that to have the best proposed specifications using the most information available. However, in December, you would then have the IPHC survey data, because you need both the IPHC survey data and the EBS trawl survey data in order to see where you are on those lookup tables to set your specifications. So in December, then you would have the updated information to set your PSC limit. That's no different than what you do currently. For example, for the herring PSC limit, we don't ever have the herring estimate until the December specification. So we always use the previous year's information to set the proposed specifications, and then we update it in December. Depending on whether or not you selected at final action the options 3 or 4, that would require additional information because you would need to also include the annual Amendment 80 PSC mortality data. That data is available in draft form, but it is not available. It has not been completely debriefed by observers until February or March. So you would have that information if you were using one of those options to determine what the annual limit status was, whether or not it had been exceeded, and or what rollover amount is available for the following year. But you would not know until February or March if there had been any adjustment to that data that would require you to modify how that information was used. And in the rare circumstance that that information would require a change, i.e. if it changes the rollover amount, or if in the rare instance where it happens to be the third time in 7 years that the annual limit is exceeded, that would require, that would be more of a change at that time. I'll pause because it was a question.
Yep. Thank you, Dr. Strand. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Strand. Just briefly, so that we understand as a council and the public as well, do we have a general sense about how substantively we might expect either some revisions to come in from the EBS trial survey data or the IPHC survey data? Are there changes that we might expect to see between when it is first made available and other revisions? I'm thinking particularly with the IPHC survey data, since we receive that at the interim meeting typically, and then it is finalized for the annual meeting. Do we see big changes there? And then I guess the second follow-on question is similarly for the bycatch data, do we have a good handle as to whether or not the draft information we would have available towards the end of the year is substantially different than what we typically find after we complete all of our observer debriefing?
Thank you for the question through the chair, Mr. Merrill. With respect to the survey data, I think that I'd have to go back and check. I don't believe that we see substantive changes in the draft information and the final information. I think that is more, what we see more as changes are when those data, for instance, in the setline survey data, because of the spatiotemporal model, when a new data point is added, it does change the data points previously, usually not not very substantively. I think we've shown in the past, and I believe we talked about this in October in our discussion paper about the relative changes that can be observed in the setline survey historically, and that was the argument that had been made previously about why those surveys should be used in a standardized manner as opposed to in relative values. But we understand that the council is more interested in the transparency that is provided by the use of relative values. We're just pointing out where those changes could occur. But I'm afraid I would have to either defer to IPHC staff or NIMP staff as to whether or not there are changes from the, I believe your question is related to whether or not the initial data that's available from both survey estimates changes between being made available and final. And I guess I've never heard that as being an issue with either survey, but I would have to go back and check. With respect to your second question, as far as the mortality data, I think that it is usually when the Amendment 80 mortality data is available, it is, I would say in a general sense, not modified substantially after the fishing season concludes. But because the observer data may not be fully debriefed until February or March of the following year, it is possible that there's a change, and that is why we're highlighting it, because the management consequences of any change in those data revisions would depend on the direction and the magnitude of that change. So in the rare instance where that change in fully debriefing observers and having the updated information available in February, March, if it were to result in something such as the third year of the annual limit being realized, and therefore it is a hard limit in that year, as opposed to not having any real management consequences of any kind of revision. So those are rare. Those are most likely to be very rare instances, but we did want to point out that that is possible. Hopefully that gets at your question, Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Dr. Strand. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Dr. Strand.
Okay, so moving on then, that would be the going through the information in Chapter 2 on the description of alternatives. I didn't go through some of the sections that are included in here with respect to alternatives that were considered and not carried forward for analysis. And I have some policy sections of Chapter 2 that I'll cover at the end of the whole presentation. So we would be moving into discussion of the impacts. I only have a couple slides on impacts on the halibut survey indices and spawning stock biomass to go through. So in terms of, this is figure 5-1 in our document, where as the discussion from the council in October was that we would not be using the closed loop simulation model to project the impacts of the individual alternatives. We did nonetheless look back to that model to look at the relative impacts on spawning stock biomass under any of the alternatives. So we used the bookended status quo PSC limit of 1745 and the simulations of no PSC. And as we reported back to you in October, there is no estimated impact on spawning stock biomass under the current range of PSC limits under consideration. There's obviously information in the model that we talked about back in October, where if you run, and you heard this in your SSC report this morning, if you run the model at extremely high PSC limits, well outside of the realm of what's being considered by the council, it does cause a decrease in the spawning stock biomass. However, under the range of alternatives that are being considered in this analysis, which can be bookended by 0 PSC and the status quo PSC, there is no impact. And we had a conversation with the SSC. They did concur with this aspect of the modeling inferences. However, they noted that we should be also ground truthing that with the fact that that is also consistent with the IPHC SPR policy that takes into account all mortality. So that conclusion of ours that this is not something that impacts spawning stock biomass, and so that it is not reflective of conservation concern to the spawning stock biomass under these alternatives. They did agree with that. They just thought that we should also be justifying because of the IPHC harvest policy as well. We looked at the effect on the survey indices because we wanted to use those to look at future survey states. Again, we've heard from the SSC that they do not wish us to continue along those lines. What we used in those tables that we showed was the median value that's reflected here in red, projected forward to look at what the likelihood of being in any of those different survey states was going forward. What you see here is the full simulation. So you see that with the median value is obviously not reflective of all the variability that you would actually see as to whether or not you're in one or the other survey states. And I think that's sort of where the SSC was going in terms of their characterization of us using this information going forward, is that really, given current environmental variability, we don't know what survey state we're going to be in from one year to the next. We were just trying to show some information of the relative probability of where you might be based on the median. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will turn this over to Ms. Henry to walk through the groundfish and halibut fishery background information and impact estimation.
Thank you, Dr. Strand. Good morning, Ms. Henry.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council, for the record, Anna Henry, council staff. And I'll provide a brief overview of some of the background information that has been updated in chapters 3 and 4, as well as the revenue impact estimation that is in chapter 5. So Section 3.3 includes background information on the Amendment 80 sector and how it has evolved since rationalization in 2008. Most of this information is not new to this version of the document, but it is important context for interpreting the groundfish revenue impact estimates and understanding differences in the different time periods. The figure here is not new to this version of the document, but it's highlighted here as it shows the relative reliance on flatfish of different companies, which is important to keep in mind as each company faces different exposures to PSC limits. Section 3.3.3 has been updated with additional background information on Amendment 80 operations and annual planning to help characterize the practicability of maintaining historical levels of groundfish fishing under severely reduced PSC limits and how the amount of the PSC limit reduction would be experienced across the diversity of businesses and fishing plans that exist within the sector. Amendment 80 is a multi-species fishery that operates under multiple constraints aside from halibut PSC. The different targets and areas are not necessarily substitutable during the year. Factors like roe content, flesh quality, aggregation, fishing conditions, and market demand all vary within year. And companies vary in their response options to different constraints based on many variables such as allocations, vessel capabilities, and access to ground. A minority piece of a company's harvest portfolio could be necessary to sustain full participation, but not sufficient to replace foregone targets. So revenues in the Amendment 80 fishery are presented as gross first wholesale value, which is derived from prices in the commercial operator annual reports, which are linked to round weights and product weights by product type and processor from the production reports. The first wholesale price is the market price of the primary processed fishery product. And for fisheries harvested by catcher processors, there is no reliable ex-vessel price generated from the sale of fish from a harvester to a processor. Approximate conversions can be made, however, these do not reflect the actual Amendment 80 product supply chain and would be less reliable in capturing the actual distribution of product forms and recovery rates. So this figure on the left shows the halibut PSC limit, catch, and mortality for Amendment 80 since 2010. And the figure on the right shows the halibut PSC catch and mortality and the effective mortality shown in gray, which is we've calculated as the PSC mortality divided by the catch. And both the absolute and effective mortality have declined since 2015. And one reason for this decline is an increased use of deck sorting. And the figure on the right here shows the relationship between the percent of groundfish catch deck sorted and the effective mortality calculated as that PSC mortality divided by the catch. And you can see that deck sorting has become more prevalent since 2017, and that is correlated with lower effective mortality. We also added haul level information to this document, which was requested in October. And these figures on the left do show a trend in recent years of more hauls being made to catch the same amount or fewer groundfish. Background information on the Area 4 halibut fishery is provided in Section 4.4, including trends in catch utilization and value. Generally, there's a high utilization of catch, around 90%, with an annual ex-vessel value between 17 and 25 million. Ex-vessel unit values have declined since 2016 and are lowest in Area 4, as shown by the blue line in this graph. Directed halibut catch revenues are reported as ex-vessel value from the fish tickets. The ex-vessel value captures the amount paid to a fisherman by primary processors and reflects the most common operation of the Alaska halibut supply chain, especially in Area 4. In 2019, the average price was $4.43 in 2018 dollars. And as requested in previous reviews, total halibut revenue impacts are also reported in terms of estimated wholesale values. And for this, we use first wholesale estimates for the head and gut product form from the economic safe. That information is based on data from commercial operators' annual reports and are reliant on the accuracy of processors' reporting. Due to the dearth of core reporting on halibut products in the BSAI region, the economic safe is only able to provide estimates at the statewide scale. So these estimates may not be a reliably precise indicator of value-added production at the primary processing level in the BSAI or Area 4 region, or particularly Area 4 CDE region. So Section 5.5 provides an analysis of the relationship between halibut PSC limits and direct revenues generated by the Amendment 80 sector. This section also gauges the relative indirect effect of the considered alternatives on directed halibut fishery catch in the BSAI region. And the revenue estimates reported in this section do not represent the full scope of the economic impacts associated with the proposed action alternatives. We do not incorporate economic multipliers that would allow for an estimate of the total economic contributions of the Amendment 80 fishery or the directed halibut fishery in terms of output, income, employment, or other economic measures. The models are currently being developed by both the Alaska Fisheries Science Center and the IPHC to estimate total economic impacts of an economic shock, but given the preliminary state of these models and pending requested SSC review of these models, they're not used to estimate regional economic impact for this analysis.
Ms. Henry?
Mm-hmm.
We're getting close to our lunchtime here, so I'm going to put you in the driver's seat for when you think a natural break point is, so just let us know, and we can break for lunch.
Yeah, I think right now is probably a good break before I get into the nitty gritty methods of the revenue stuff. So.
Okay, well that sounds like a plan. Let's go ahead and break for lunch. Come back at 12:40 Alaska time, and we will continue with the presentation. Thank you.
determine groundfish limits. And for this analysis, we selected groundfish limits of 290,000 and 310,000 tons, and this is based on the largest amount of annual catch in the data set and the largest amount over the last 3 years. So then the total wholesale value summed across the hauls when the PSC limit or that groundfish catch limit is reached is the estimated annual gross revenue for the Amendment 80 fleet under that specific PSC limit. And PSC limits and use have varied since 2010. So to capture this underlying variation in the fishery, we subset the haul data into 3 data sets drawing from different time periods. So the first is from 2010 to 2014, and these represent the higher PSC use years. Second, we included all years in the data set, so 2010 through 2019, but excluding 2015. And then third, 2016 to 2019, representing relatively low PSC use years. And we conducted the resampling analysis on each data set separately. And just to reaffirm what Dr. Stram mentioned earlier, so the data set included 2010 through 2019, but we excluded 2015 from this haul-by-haul revenue analysis because in 2015, as part of an exempted fishing permit, stack sorted halibut were reported through logbooks rather than the observer data. So the 2015 haul level data are not comparable to other years, so are excluded from this analysis. So anytime that the results say 2010 to 2019, it's actually 2010 through 2014 and 2016 to 2019. So in addition to those methods that we carried over from the October version, new in this version of the document are 2 new year subsets to incorporate a wider range of potential revenues. So there's a higher PSC use range of using the years of 2013 to 14, and a lower PSC use range using the years of 2017 to 18. In addition, we also used a stratified random sampling approach that was recommended by the SSC in October. So under this method, we stratify the data by the month in which the haul occurred and resample a number of hauls equal to the maximum hauls that occurred in that month during the years of that data set. Then the annual total revenues, groundfish, and PSC are summed over the hauls in order of the month in which they occur, so starting with January. And then once the PSC limit or groundfish catch limit is reached, that's your annual total. So under this stratified sampling method, when effort is reduced by a PSC constraint, that effort is kind of curtailed from the end of the year backwards in time.
Ms. Henry, Baker has a
Thanks, Chair. And thanks, Ms. Henry. Sorry to interrupt, but I probably should have asked Dr. Hollowood this question earlier today, but I've read the SSC minutes a couple of different times on this stratified approach. And, while I understand the mechanics of the way that you did the analysis that you just described, can you give me, what was that SSC suggestion meant to demonstrate compared to, the initial approach that you took? I'm kind of struggling with that basic question. What was it intended to show using that stratified?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you for the question, Ms. Baker. So kind of the SSC's intent in adding this stratified sampling approach was to use it as kind of a business as usual benchmark. So the comment was that the initial random approach that we used, because sampling could occur from any month throughout the year, when PSC was constraining, it represented kind of a proportional reduction of effort across the year. Whereas the stratified approach, because you're curtailing effort, if the PSC is constraining, you're still sampling the earlier year and you just won't sample the end of the year, that this would represent more of a business as usual if the effort went along in previous in the previous effort levels and just cut off a year in order of the effort that had occurred. And so in that way, this stratified approach would more represent kind of the business as usual, which would then be an upper bound of the impact, assuming that, you know, any actual impact or adaptive capacity that the fleet would have would be better than, quote, the business as usual. Does that help kind of explain the purpose of the two different approaches and how they would differ?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much. And so that was helpful. And my interpretation then is the stratified approach is my recollection of generally how we've approached these analyses in the past. And I think we just had a different term for it, and I'm not remembering what that is right now. So that's very helpful. Thank you. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Henry.
All right. So let's see. So given these different approaches, each PSC limit has 16 revenue estimates based on the scenario defined by the combination of the groundfish limit used, the data set used, and the sampling method used. So mean revenue estimates for each scenario and each PSC limit
it's like you're never going to take a shot.
Are presented in this table 5.5 on page 196.
Okay. Ms. Henry, let me just go ahead and ask the public again to please put your phones on mute, and that'll allow the presentation to flow more smoothly. All right, please continue, Ms. Henry. Sorry about that.
Thanks. So this table shows the mean estimated revenue under each of these different scenarios, and these kind of colored boxes just kind of help you see how the different variables are represented across the table. And in this table, scenarios where the results were constrained by the PSC limit are shaded in green, and the blue shading indicates that the results were constrained by the groundfish limit. So I'll go through some of the general results here. First, kind of unsurprisingly, at lower PSC limits tend to result in reduced groundfish revenue. In the lower PSC limits, revenue is constrained by the PSC limit. And then at higher PSC limits, revenue is constrained by the groundfish limit. Under the relatively low PSC use in the most recent years, the 2016 to 19 data set, more revenue is generated under every PSC limit than under the higher use data set of the earlier years. And this is expected if they're accumulating PSC at a higher rate, it will generate less revenue. But the full range of estimates under each data set should be considered when comparing alternatives. And it can be useful when looking at these results to think about kind of which years are most likely to represent future environmental and behavioral conditions. For example, if deck sorting and other halibut avoidance continues and encounter rates stay similar to recent years, then the results from the most recent year data sets will be most likely. If encounter rates go up, the impacts may be similar to those estimates used using the earlier year data sets. So there are minor differences between the random and the stratified sampling approach. But the stratified approach may likely represent the upper bound of impact and the lower bound of the possible revenue estimates. And that's kind of what I went through answering the question earlier, that any changes in fleet behavior to adapt to changing PSC limits are likely to be more efficient than either the proportional effort reduction of the random sampling or a kind of repeat of previous effort that is prematurely truncated as estimated by the stratified sampling method. However, it is unclear if there's a strategy that exists that would work under extremely low PSC limits or moderately low PSC limits in a high encounter environment. So table 5-6 on page 190. Oh,
Mr. Henry, apologies. Mr. Cross has a question. I've got a couple. Mr. Cross. Mr. Cross, you may be on mute. Like he's getting a call back. Let's go to Mr. Merrill and then we'll circle back to Mr. Cross.
Can you pick me up, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, okay. All right, Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I got cut off there. Thank you, Henry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm trying to follow this. So if it gets to the low and the impacts, would there not? I was trying to think of the scenarios that might happen. That wouldn't they start to go into a race for fish? Wouldn't the efficiency go down at some point as they try to race to not be left with no bycatch?
Through the chair, Mr. Cross, that's an interesting question. I haven't really thought specifically about that scenario.
Mr. Chairman, can I follow up?
Mr. Cross.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I know it's. I look at this from the aspect of being. If I was out on the grounds and in a co-op even, there comes a point in time, and we're kind of realizing that now a little bit in the freezer longline sector when it comes to cod, because you at some point, even though you're in a co-op, you as the co-op gets constrained down to a certain level, you have to speed up to not be the last one standing. So I guess I'm curious if that's something that we can kind of investigate and think about. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Henry.
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair, I think that helps me understand a little bit where you're coming from. I think part of the relative likelihood of that kind of race for fish outcome depends upon the halibut avoidance plans and agreements within the cooperative. So speaking to the specifics of how that works, you might get some information for public comment about whether or not that seems like a likely outcome, but I think it would be kind of more determined by the agreements within the cooperative about how they avoid halibut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with that to some degree, but at some point, even the co-op can't help when it gets too low. So it does become a race. It has in the past. So thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Cross. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Henry. First, I want to thank you for your work in trying to put together the rather complicated suite of issues that can affect revenue. I guess one question that I had is I want to make sure that I understand kind of how the stratified approach works with what might be a response by the Amendment 80 fleet. And one of the scenarios that I can envision occurring at a low PSC level is that the fleet prioritizes harvests by those species that bring the most revenue per PSC unit, of use. So Lac mackerel, Pacific Ocean perch, I think some of the flatfish species, sometimes arrowtooth flounder, sometimes others, might be prioritized. Is that captured in the stratified model, or is that sort of a different outcome or approach to low PSC limits that might occur?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you for the question, Mr. Merrill. So the stratified approach doesn't predict any response associated with a PSC limit. It's still selecting hauls that have occurred. It's just ordering them in the month that they occur and sampling them at the same effort level in that month that they have occurred in the past, so that you are basically adding up from the beginning of the year to whenever the constraint is met. That is different than the random approach, which can pull from every month regardless, and there's no kind of temporal order associated with summing that effort and those hauls. But the stratified approach does not presuppose any strategy in terms of which hauls or which targets would be selected under different PSC scenarios. We are not attempting to predict any adaptive behavior or pattern in haul selection from the fleet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Further questions before we move on? All right, Ms. Henry.
All right. So this table 5.6 on page 197 in the document shows a comparison of the mean revenue estimates relative to status quo based on the different survey states and alternatives. So this table is organized to help compare those estimated impacts under equivalent survey states in each alternative. And the shading indicates the percent change from status quo, and the status quo used is the status quo estimated using the same data set and sampling strategy. So the mean estimates here in the blue and green are the status quo that was used for that calculation. So this slide outlines some important context to keep in mind when reviewing these results. The first is that the revenue estimates reported in this section should be read for comparison across alternatives. These results are not standalone predictions of future Amendment 80 revenue under each PSC limit. Harvesters are expected to make strategic choices that are different from the randomized selection or the stratified random selection of hauls that we used in this analysis. These estimates are based on actual fishery data, which is one advantage of this resampling approach. And we are not creating any individual hauls that have not occurred during actual fishing. One limitation of this approach is that the estimates only reflect the environmental conditions and fishing behavior that occurred during the past 10 years. So this approach does not estimate outcomes under changed environmental or management regimes, future market conditions, or changing groundfish tax. And this approach does not incorporate fishing adaptations or operational changes that may occur in the future. And we did not predetermine a relationship between PSC use and the PSC limit. So the hauls were resampled until either that PSC mortality reached the PSC limit or the total groundfish catch reached the groundfish limit. So this approach functions as an implicit assumption that 100% of PSC use is possible, although 100% PSC use is not met in the scenarios where the groundfish limit is met prior to the PSC limit being reached. The random resampling of actual hauls might underestimate the range of uncertainty in annual revenue estimates, since the results tend to center around the mean. And while this may represent the most likely outcome because the hauls are selected based on their prevalence in the underlying distribution in the data, it's less likely to include the most extreme examples, such as a year in which the fleet has difficulty avoiding halibut and accumulates PSC at a more rapid rate. And while this may accurately reflect fishing in that harvesters have a limited amount of control over the species composition of each haul, it does not capture operational adjustments, such as changes in targeting, fishing location, or other adjustments in halibut avoidance efforts that may occur throughout the year. This analysis also does not estimate costs associated with avoiding halibut, so these results are gross revenue estimates. We do include a qualitative description of the halibut avoidance costs in section 3.4.4, but not in this. We don't quantify those costs in this revenue analysis. And then finally, it's important to keep in mind that these results are aggregated at the Amendment 80 sector level, and the distribution of impacts across companies and vessels will differ based on many factors, most notably a company's species allocation portfolio and whether it's relatively more or less dependent on species that tend to carry higher halibut PSC rates. So with this, then I move into section 5.5.3, which estimates the potential relative indirect effect of the considered alternatives on the directed halibut fishery catch in the BSAI region. So with this, our objective was to relate the change in Amendment 80 PSC limits to BSAI directed commercial halibut catch limits. And I will describe how we calculated these ratios. However, as you heard from the SSC, they did not support using these in future versions of the analysis. So what we did was we used the median estimated PSC limits and median estimated BSAI directed catch limits as presented from the closed loop simulation model in October 2020. And we used these to calculate potential changes in directed halibut catch resulting from the changes in the PSC limit. So we calculated a ratio of the change in directed catch limit from status quo to the change in PSC from status quo. And there is a typo in the document that has this equation flipped, which may have created some confusion. But the inputs for this ratio were the median estimated PSC and catch limits from 2021 to 2030. And this included PSC limits ranging from 849 to 2,325, which is a slightly larger range than under the current alternative set. And the catch limits range from 4.44 to 7.52 million net pounds, which represented relatively small changes from status quo. So we used the minimum, median, and maximum of the ratios and applied this to the PSC limit changes from the lookup table to calculate a potential change in directed halibut catch. And these results should be read by looking across alternatives to understand the direction and approximate magnitude of the relationship between PSC and commercial catch in the BSAI. And table 5.7 on page 202 of the document shows the ratio and how it was applied to calculate potential changes in commercial BSAI directed halibut catch limit. I will note that if a ratio of 1, which the SSC recommended as an upper bound on this to use as this ratio, if a ratio of 1 was used, it would represent just the change in the PSC limit, which is included here in this blue box. So there are many caveats associated with this specific ratio estimate and results. The first is that BSAI directed catch differs from Area 4 directed catch by definition. In the model, BSAI is used as an approximation of IPHC Area 4, but part of Area 4A overlaps the GOA FMP area. Additionally, all these ratios are based on the median projections from the model simulation, so they do not capture the full range of the PSC to catch relationships that were simulated. And it is only based on near-term estimates of 2021 to 2030, so does not include longer-term impacts. Additionally, it is only calculated by the change of PSC in the lookup tables and does not include an estimate of the change if there were 0 PSC. But the actual ratio will vary over time depending on the halibut population age structure and the relative availability of different age groups to the directed fishery and those halibut taken as PSC. So therefore, interpretation of these results should be done by looking across the entire table and possibly interpolating beyond the ratios presented. Other studies have...
Sorry, Ms. Henry. Ms. Baker has a question.
Go ahead.
Oh, I see. I thought maybe you were done with the ratio concept, but I see if you have another slide, I kind of have a question about that when you're finished.
Yeah, I've got a couple more slides specific to the ratio stuff, so maybe I'll get through those first if that works.
That sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Ms. Henry.
So other studies have assessed this relationship between PSC use and the directed fishery. The IPHC analyzed the relationship between bycatch and yield in the directed halibut fishery by comparing results of the coastwide assessment with and without coastwide bycatch, and concluded that the rate of exchange is variable over time with a range of 86 to 139%. But these results focused only on the coastwide impact, which is not as directly applicable to the proposed action, given that a majority of the directed halibut fishery occurs outside of the BSAI and a majority of the PSC bycatch occurs within the BSAI. Additionally, that study was based on stock assessment as opposed to a two-area simulation model that includes variable recruitment and movement, and it included a comparison to no bycatch, which is a starker contrast than the low-end PSC limits analyzed in the simulation model that we used. So the downstream effect of a PSC usage change on halibut fishery catch, as driven by the PSC limits in the alternative, and the assumptions about the use relative to the limit is indirect, but it can be understood in terms of direction and rough magnitude. And it is a function of biological and environmental factors that can be modeled but entail assumptions, and is also not something that can be isolated from annual catch limit policy decisions at the IPHC level. So our approach, built off of capturing short-term impacts from previous simulations and short-term estimations that are specific to the BSAI or Area 4 area relative to other studies. Additionally, these modeling results were specific to the PSC limit changes that are more similar to the current set of alternatives. But again, readers can interpolate beyond the ratios presented. This would not affect the ranking of the alternatives against each other, but could change the relative magnitude of the likely effect. I think that's the end of my discussion on the ratio. It's a good time for the question.
Thank you, Ms. Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that was really helpful, Ms. Henry. I think the information you laid out in the last few slides, my initial question was going to be, I feel like at this meeting, at the SSC and the AP through this agenda item and probably at previous meetings too, I've heard public testimony basically say, we know what happens when you reduce PSC. We know what happens in terms of the directed halibut fishery. We know what the IPHC does, and we know how to make those calculations. And so we just don't understand why the council analysis doesn't just do that. And I feel like, so is it a fair assessment that basically at least the last two slides, or this slide and the one before it, sort of seems to be a good summary description to me of why it's not that straightforward of a calculation? Is that a really high level assessment of that?
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Baker. Yeah, the last few slides do try to outline kind of all the uncertainty and variables associated with the relationship between PSC limits and directed catch. we know that this ratio varies and that predicting it exactly is not possible because it's a function of population age structure and the relative availability of different age groups to the directed fishery and those taken as PSC. So I think we've tried to outline that story and the uncertainty and variability associated with this relationship in this document.
Thanks very much. That's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Henry. So, I'm trying to roll up what cannot be isolated from annual catch limit policy decisions at the IPHC level means. And does that mean that we don't know what the International Pacific Halibut Commission will do in terms of policy about how they treat bycatch? We don't necessarily know the decisions that will be made about which regulatory areas will receive increases or the rationale for those increases. We don't know necessarily, frankly, whether or not the Commission will come to agreement to implement specific revisions that might result in additional harvest opportunity. Is that what that means, or is there something else that you're trying to get at there? Thanks.
Through the chair, Mr. Merrill, thank you for the question. I think that captures a lot of the uncertainty associated with policy decisions that happen under the jurisdiction of a different agency.
Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Henry. Just following up on that. So I'm assuming the same limitations. If we tried to do a look back on the changes to date, should I assume we could not tease out exactly what transpired with past reductions and these caveats all apply to those as well? And so there's just some level of uncertainty of if we looked at what actually happened to date.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Marks, for the question. I think some of the difficulty in trying to look at this retrospectively is based on the fact that the IPHC has changed the way in which they incorporate bycatch into their catch setting policy. So that makes it difficult as there's no kind of consistent time series to look at. But additionally, there's variability in terms of biological variables. So, I mean, I really think that this is a difficult relationship to estimate, and it varies year to year, and predicting it exactly isn't possible, which was one of the comments of the SSC.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Ms. Henry.
All right. So table 5.8 on page 205 of the document calculates a range of revenues associated with the estimated potential changes in the net pounds of BSAI directed catch limits. And these ex-vessel values are reported in 2018 dollar adjusted ex-vessel values for area 4 as reported in section 4. Halibut revenues are also reported in wholesale values using the estimated first wholesale production values for head and gutfish as reported in the economic phase. And we encourage this table to be interpreted as a series of catch volumes multiplied by a set of informed unit value estimates. One could multiply by a different unit based on an entirely different value scope if they want to reflect additional downstream values that are not included here due to data limitations or concerns about data quality and the appropriateness of certain cross-sector comparisons. So setting aside the uncertainty surrounding future halibut ex-vessel and wholesale value estimates, the numbers in this table also may overestimate potential changes in revenue as they assume 100% usage of the additional catch limit. And for reference, the Area 4 utilization rate was roughly 91% from 2011 through 2020. Additionally, these are calculated based on changes in the PSC limit, not estimated use. Higher abundance should increase the directed fishery catch limit set by the IPHC, but PSC mortality is incorporated into the IPHC commercial limit setting process in terms of actual PSC use, not the limit. So in a scenario where abundance is high and the PSC limit is also high, one should really infer the yield gain to the halibut fishery based on changes in PSC use. So this table shows negative values under the high PSC limit of 2,007 tons, but this is assuming 100% use of the limit, and that's likely a poor assumption because it's possible that greater halibut abundance could increase halibut encounter, but one must also account for the pressure and incentives for halibut avoidance and mortality. Therefore, it's possible that if halibut abundance reaches higher levels, then that year-to-year increase in available directed halibut fishery catch limits would become increasingly driven by the stock assessment as opposed to the yield gain flowing from the lower A80 PSC use. Table 5.9 on page 205 shows the range of potential changes in BSAI directed catch limits relative to status quo that are associated with each survey state across the alternatives. The status quo BSAI catch limit here used for comparison across alternatives is 4.09 million net weight pounds. That was taken from the closed loop simulation model result for 2019. And due to the definitional difference between BSAI versus IPHC Area 4, there's no analog to pull from the actual fishery catch limit. But this table should be used primarily to make comparisons across alternatives. Therefore, the absolute value input for status quo should not affect the conclusions. Basing results on a different status quo input value would not affect the ranking of the alternatives against each other, though it could change the relative magnitude of the changes. And finally, in terms of how this analysis should be used, it should be used to rank relative impacts of alternatives within each sector as a whole, recognizing that there are different impacts to individual operations. Should not be used to compare across sectors. The overall analytical approach has never been to make a dollar-to-dollar comparison of Amendment 80 projected revenues to BSAI halibut directed revenues. So again, just reiterating that these revenue estimates should help rank alternatives within each sector. And that Amendment 80 is the directly affected entity by this management action, and any impacts to the directed halibut fishery are indirect as they're subject to annual IPHC management decisions. And lastly, potential revenue impacts are just one aspect of the overall impact. Dr. Downs will be up next to present his extensive social impact analysis, and so just all of the impacts should be taken into consideration when comparing alternatives.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Henry, and I appreciate that. I think you just covered the point that I wanted to be clear on, but in the middle bullet on your slide here, it seems to have been a topic of discussion at this meeting so far. I just want to make sure that I understand. Amendment 80 is the directly affected entity because that's the entity or the fishery that the council directly manages. Impacts to the directed halibut fishery you're characterizing as indirect because they're subject to IPHC authority. It's not you know, using the term indirect is not implying that somehow the council should discount those potential impacts or not consider them, you know, in the same manner they're considering the direct impacts. That is not at all the intent of those terms. Is that correct?
Yes, through the chair, that is correct. You characterize the definitions of direct and indirect well. There is no value judgment associated with the direct versus indirect terminology.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that clarification.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Ms. Henry.
I think that actually brings us to Dr. Downs.
Dr. Downs. Right. Good afternoon, Dr. Downs.
Good afternoon, Chairman Canine. This is Mike Downs with Slow Research, and I'm going to talk about the draft EIS Section 5.6, Social and Environmental Justice, which summarizes the findings of the Social Impact Assessment Appendix 1, and it provides some limited additional information on impacts by alternative that's not in Appendix 1. But I'm also going to talk about Appendix 1 and simply to note the changes that have been made to the document since last you saw it in October 2020. All of these changes are summarized in a note to reviewers table, which follows the title page of the SIA. And so it walks through each section and where you can find those changes. And basically the revisions have been driven by two things. SSC comments from October 2020, and then a group of other, which Ms. Henry has talked about the changes in the purpose and need and alternatives, which I will discuss as well in terms of the impacts on the SIA. There's some new executive orders since October 2020, and there's some newly available 2019 data, which I'll also mention. But the SSC comments on the previous version that you saw were really, there was one that dealt with potential revisions, and that was a recommendation that future versions of the document explore some of the concerns raised in public testimony regarding National Standard 4 and the disproportional impacts to tribes given the number of Alaska Native communities in the analysis. So the specific changes that were made in Section 3 of the SIA, the regulatory context, there's a new subsection on MSA National Standard 4 that's been added. And language from the current NOAA guidelines for National Standard 4, parallel to language already in the SIA for National Standard 8, appears at the start of this new section. The new subsection on tribal consultation and coordination, also within the regulatory context discussion, has been added. And this includes an overview or references to Executive Order 13175 of 2000, consultation and coordination with Indian tribal governments, the Presidential Memorandum of January 26th of this year, tribal consultation and strengthening nation-to-nation relationships, and the Council's motion of February 8th, recommending actions relative to improving rural community engagement resulting from the Community Engagement Committee's work. So that's part of that section. And also I would point out in the draft EIS section 7.1, which is the national standards section, as well as MSA and other Pacific Halibut Act consideration, typically that section isn't fleshed out until after a preliminary preferred alternative is chosen. But given the SSC comments and other considerations in terms of balancing between national standards, that there's a National Standard 4 subsection that's been developed along with the other primary national standards. So that's there for your review as well. Continuing with revisions in response to SSC comments, there's community institutional summary tables in each CDQ region historical overview section. And this now notes for each potentially substantially engaged or substantially dependent Amendment 80 groundfish and or BASI Area 4 halibut fishing community. For each of those communities, in one place, in one table, for ease of access, is the ANCSA status, Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act status, ANCSA Regional Corporation, the local ANCSA Village Corporation, federally recognized tribal status, and the name of the tribal entity, tribal government entity, as well as CDQ membership status of the community. And of course, text has been revised that accompanies the table as relevant. Also, language on tribal status has been revisited and further clarified or emphasized in each community impact and environmental justice concerns discussions where relevant for potentially substantially engaged or dependent groundfish communities and halibut communities. There's a new subsection in section 6.8, cross-cutting community engagement ties. And it's a communities engaged in the commercial or directed halibut fishery subsection. It's been added to more clearly portray patterns of directed halibut fishery quota holdings across states, with non-discrimination across states being part of National Standard 4 as well. And then a section that I would draw your attention to, Ms. Henry was talking about things to consider other than dollar trade-offs. Kate Hoppola of council staff has done a really nice job expanding the potential cumulative small or rural community and cultural context issues to provide additional description of non-economic, social, and cultural aspects of halibut fishing in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands coastal communities. And I believe that Dr. Hoppola is available if there are any questions specifically about that section that I can't answer. Now, the other revisions beyond what the SSC asked for, and Ms. Henry mentioned several of these, the changes in the purpose and needs statement, and how that affected sort of the phraseology in the SIA is the part of the statement that Dr. Stram had outlined or highlighted rather in orange in the purpose and need was for the indirect effects was this action could also promote conservation of the halibut stock and may provide additional opportunities for the directed halibut fishery. So in terms of discussing impacts on the halibut fishery, we've tried to be careful with the language in terms of the nature of those two impacts. They're related, obviously, potential impacts, conservation-related impacts, and additional opportunities impacts. But to the extent those could be teased out, those are now labeled as such in the SIA. There's also been changes to the action alternatives, which has been previously discussed. There's a additional section on the recent executive orders that's been added to the regulatory context. And these are executive orders that have been signed, but there is not yet any guidelines or direction from NMFS of how to actually utilize those executive orders in analysis. And those are executive orders 13985 of January 20th of this year, advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government. And Executive Order 14008 of January 27 of this year, tackling the climate crisis home and abroad. So those are now referenced in the regulatory context section. If guidance does become available before final action, we'll incorporate that guidance and take a look at the information in that light, if that's available before final action, and to the extent that it is. And then finally, there's some newly available 2019 community level data. There's census data, income and poverty data for all communities that's been updated. That's from the American Community Survey of the Census Bureau. And there's also, through the state's community financial data portal, the ADAC information for 2019 that was not available before is now available. And that's incorporated in the document. But what I would emphasize in all of this is none of the revisions change the previously reviewed overall findings of the social impact assessment. And the reason is that, as I mentioned, we look at the specific new alternatives in the draft EIS section. The social impact assessment is a higher order or a more comprehensive, broader look at affected communities, types of impacts, and we looked at the no action alternative and the action alternatives as a group, rather than trying to tease out the nuances of the individual alternatives in the SIA, knowing that in the advance of a preliminary preferred alternative and SSC review and AP review and council review of this version of the document, those specific findings by alternative were likely to change. So then back to the draft EIS section, social and environmental justice, there's an expanded preliminary impact section for the Amendment 80 groundfish associated communities. And I won't spend a lot of time on this because Ms. Henry talked about impacts to operations being influenced by a number of different factors, including environmental, regulatory, and behavioral factors. And so we can go back over that if you want, but I think she very much covered that already. And then, of course, we look at that as distributed to Alaska communities and Pacific Northwest communities to the extent we can. And then for the directed halibut fishery, I mentioned that there's two ways we looked at that in terms of additional opportunities and promotion of conservation of halibut stock impacts. And under the discussions of additional opportunities, you as a council noted the problematic nature of the no action alternative for the directed halibut fishery under low abundance conditions. You inherently recognize that in your purpose and need statement. And one of the, in terms of the action alternatives, the conditions for the potential occurrence of additional opportunities for the halibut, directed halibut fishery vary by action alternative. And those are the incidental allocative effects of, which again, Ms. Henry answered a lot of questions that I don't think I need to speak to now in terms of the intervening variables in that incidental allocative set of incidental allocative effects. The levels influenced obviously by IPHC decision making and individual community outcomes in any particular halibut dependent community is in part influenced by CDQ group decision making. If it's a CDQ group member community, different CDQ groups have different strategic plans and manage their CDQ halibut in different ways. And also in all communities, there's the totality of individual entity decision-making on the part of the halibut fleet and halibut processing entities. But the important thing, one of the important dimensions for community impact assessment is that these incidental reallocative effects would be realized in the near term, and they would be responsive to year-to-year changes, or depending on the option, rolling averages or the like, and they would fluctuate, but would be realized in the initially realized in the near term. In terms of effects related to promotion of the conservation of halibut stock, as Ms. Henry again noted, and Dr. Stram noted, the SSC concurred with the finding from the model, previous modeling effort, that there likely wasn't going to be major differences to the halibut stock as a result of conservation. But to the extent that does occur, it's dependent on actual mortality versus PFC upper bounds, again, which Ms. Henry talked about. It's dependent on actual effects to the halibut stock, net of mortality changes in other fisheries in terms of outcomes for halibut dependent communities. And the conservation gains, to the extent that those occur, would potentially benefit not only the commercial halibut communities, but also communities engaged in the sport and subsistence halibut fisheries. Sort of a gains to the stock would be a rising tide that, lifts all boats. And to the extent that these impacts would occur, they would be realized over the longer term. So that's again a difference in community outcomes. So that's really what's different in what you're seeing now versus what you saw before. And the next steps for the draft EIS section is following the selection of a preliminary preferred alternative, as well as some direction from the council based on the outcomes of your deliberations on this item and what direction you have for us, in combination with the potential selection of a preliminary preferred alternative, would be a more detailed alternative specific analysis of community outcomes in the next version of this document. And Mr. Chairman, that is my overview of the social and environmental justice section of the draft EIS, as well as the SIA.
Thank you, Dr. Downs. If there's any questions before we move on. Thanks again. Back to Stram.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We just have a couple of slides for the end of the staff report, just to kind of wrap things up in terms of next steps. And this material is also covered under Chapter 2, but we're just presenting it at the end. So one thing that we just tried to provide in the case that the council was selecting a preliminary preferred alternative, which would give an indication in the draft EIS before it was published as to the likely, you're not bound by it, but the likely direction that the council may wish to go in terms of a preferred alternative. So this schematic just reminds you of how a preliminary preferred alternative would be constructed in terms of the steps of selecting the overall alternative, selecting whether or not you want options to go along with that, understanding that option 4 is mutually exclusive with options 2 and 3, and then selecting the sub-options if applicable for those options. So just in terms of, as we've been trying to highlight throughout the presentations today and throughout the document, with the council's revised purpose and need and the general council consideration of balancing across national standards. We've been generally trying to capture the trade-off between National Standard 1, which we are using as estimated by the Amendment 80 contribution to the overall BSAI OY by achieving their TAC. So that's going back to the analysis that Ms. Henry just presented. And obviously, when we talk about National Standard 1 with respect to achieving optimum yield, because we're only talking about one sector, the optimum yield, just to remind everyone, is set as a range in the BSAI across all of the stocks. So when we refer to National Standard 1 achieving optimum yield, we are speaking to the Amendment 80 contribution, and we're talking about the Amendment 80 ability to achieve their TAC. So we're looking at the trade-off between a constraint provided by a PSC limit and the constraint provided by the TAC. So based on the discussions that you've just had, and as a very gross approximation, we used the relative usage from 2016 to 2019 as representative of a snapshot to look at when the Amendment 80 sector is most limited by their PSC usage, which appears to be below cap levels of 1396, or more limited by TAC constraints at levels of 1396 and above. Again, if you use a different set of years, as Ms. Henry demonstrated in her analysis, you would get a different answer. So this was just one snapshot to try to look at the balance to help the council with their discussions of the balance between National Standard 1 and National Standard 9. So none of the possible PSC limit outcomes under Alternative 2 fall below 1396, while under Alternative 3, these outcomes occur only at the lowest tiers of the IPHC Setline Survey Index. Therefore, Alternatives 2 and 3 provide the most flexibility for fishing operations of the three action alternatives to achieve their optimum yield at both at lower halibut biomass levels and particularly at higher biomass survey states. Alternative 4 is more likely to result in a PSC limit below 1396, except at the highest levels of both surveys. And the options 3 and 4 provide some incentives for the Amendment 80 fleet to reduce their halibut bycatch beyond what is provided by the PSC limit. That was the intent of those, whether or not that's realized. This figure then, using the survey states, but even if we don't use the survey states, this figure was intended to provide sort of a snapshot to show the relative constraints under that assumption again of the 2016 to 2019. So here on the left, you have the short-term projected survey states. So that's just what the yellow highlighting is meant to show you is under those projections of survey states where you're likely to be in the short term, which is at the lowest levels. And then in the dotted lines then providing you where, given that estimate of 2016 to 2019 use, where you're most likely to be limited by PSC, and where in the shading where you're most likely to be limited by TAC. And then shading them by alternatives to just show you where under the survey, trial survey states and setline survey states, those alternatives are most likely to fall. So it doesn't matter that this is conditioned on the model. This is just a snapshot to show you the trade-offs. I'll pause. There seems to be questions.
Thank you, Dr. Stram. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Stram. I wanted to ask about this because I feel like you've introduced it as an example of how to use these data, but the example I think is getting a lot of attention, and I just wonder what the value is of having kind of what hones in on a policy trade-off based on a pretty narrow set of years, 2016 to 2019, and then averaging the bycatch across those years to see kind of where what I would sense is a representative of what's practicable or not, or how often you would hit that cap or not. And just based on our previous experience with any analysis to do with PSC, we've been really cautioned away, I think, from averaging and expecting to get something representative of likely conditions. And so I wonder if you've thought through, the focus and the value of the focus on this kind of point that you've identified in the analysis, or whether the council should instead just use this truly as an example to show how the data could be used under various scenarios.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. Through the chair, I think the latter. I think that it's gotten a little bit too much notice, and we tried to be very cautious in caveating Ms. Henry's analysis and the set of years. We could have made a dozen of these figures under every different assessment, and just trying to highlight the differences across the alternatives, but the assumptions that are embedded in it. This was just an example to show you what the trade-offs were. If we could, and we will in the next round, come up with additional ways to just try to highlight what you're trading off. But your trade-off is also very much embedded in what your assumptions are of behavior and use, and we're not trying to show that here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Stram. I understand that, and I know you'll have to better reflect that, and I appreciate that response.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Stram, thank you. I guess I'm still, with these examples, I know earlier in Ms. Henry's report, she talked about individual companies. These generalizations of and examples really don't get us down to the company level of how one company might be affected differentially from another company due to their operational and what they have as quota, et cetera. Is that true?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cross, thank you for the question. Yes, that's true. And I think that we've covered some of that in the dependency on different fisheries that Ms. Henry showed in earlier slides by company. We cover that somewhat qualitatively, and we will expand on that in the next round. We're not able to do a company level assessment though. So when we're looking at the PSC limit, at some point, we have to be looking at it at a sector level, understanding that the different companies have different relative constraints and focuses on their fisheries. But we are somewhat limited in imposing a sector level PSC limit when you're talking about what is a cooperative that is made up of several companies. Hopefully that addresses your question.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Stram, yes, and I guess from my perspective, that does, and I understand the limitations. I guess it's always something that we should footnote in when we get into these examples, that this doesn't go to the company level. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Stram, I sense you're getting to the end, so I just wanted to ask this again because I'm not sure I heard your response earlier in the presentation, but given the SSC's recommendation, not to use probabilities of halibut biomass states in the future based on the model, but then, some emphasis on changes in the Bering Sea that we're seeing due to climate change and that those are difficult to predict, but are clearly happening. Can you remind me, what is the analytical recommendation then, or what is your approach if you've had time to think about that for the next version of the analysis? Are we only going to be looking at, a retrospective, like historical states of halibut biomass with no predictions of the future? I just haven't got I've got a grasp of what we shouldn't be doing. I don't know what it is we should be doing in that sense.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball, Mr. Chairman, through the chair. We have been talking, obviously we only got the SSC minutes yesterday. We have been discussing it. It's difficult when we had a predictive model that might have shed some information, and then we're told that there's too much variability to have any kind of prediction. So that does somewhat squarely land us into historical information. I think that what we can do is provide some sort of further discussion of what are all the unknowns and what different trends, where that might lead you, I guess, in terms of if you assume one thing versus another. We're not going to have a predictive ability to forecast what is likely to happen in the future. We would have to assume that we would have to assume where the surveys are at this time in terms of what the most likely immediate impact on a PSC limit that's determined based on the current status of those surveys would be in the very short term. We're not going to be able to project out past that. I think that a lot of the modeling, however, does provide some context to the relative unknowns and how that might affect going forward. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't mean to get ahead of your, internal discussions on how to address that question. I just think it's kind of a quandary, and I don't want to introduce additional things into this analysis that are just heavily caveated that we don't know. But I appreciate you trying to respond to that. I think it's something that should be kind of a focus for the next time. So thanks.
Thank you.
Kimball, and just quickly, Dr. Stram, just a reminder to members of the public that after the staff presentation, which we're getting close to the end of, we'll take the advisory panel report, and then the cutoff for signing up for public testimony will be the end of the AP report. So we will take testimony after that. All right, Dr. Stram.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and this is just the one of the final two slides. In trying to develop this, trying to frame the key national standards, we decided to develop a schematic that again gets a little bit at Ms. Kimball's question in terms of what's known and unknown and the relative the relative magnitude. And so this schematic is trying to get at the trade-offs and the considerations of some of the key national standards based on the relative fate of O26 and U26 halibut. So we're looking at policy trade-offs stemming from the national standards, including National Standard 4, allocating fishing privileges, which in this case is a halibut PST limit that varies with abundance in a manner that's fair and equitable to U.S. fishermen, and National Standard 8, taking into account the importance of fishing resources to fishing communities, in this case, both groundfish and halibut-dependent communities, and minimize adverse impacts on such communities. So on the left-hand side then, we tried to look at the direct balance between National Standards 1 and 9 on the directly affected entity, which is looking at the Amendment 80 PSC limit. That also leads into groundfish community benefits that also fall under National Standards 4 and 8. On the right-hand side then, looking at indexing a fishing allocation or privilege via a PSC limit to abundance to promote conservation in a fair and equitable manner and consider beneficial and adverse direct and indirect impacts to groundfish and halibut-dependent fishing communities. And there we have on the right hand the halibut community benefits from CDQ and IFQ. In the middle then, we try to show the fate of U26 and O26 halibut. And here, what we're showing that the width of the blue arrows represents the relative magnitude of removals between O26 and U26. The gray arrows show the contribution to spawning stock biomass is from both sources, but of unknown magnitude. And the dotted lines for natural mortality indicates considered equivalent between older and younger fish, but is in fact an unknown quantity. So this was our way of trying to sort of summarize what all the issues are, what the unknowns are, and where you're balancing between these. Mr. Chairman, this is just my final slide then. In terms of steps to moving to final action, this is an EIS, and so there are some additional steps that are necessary that are timing requirements that are necessary. So what we've shown here in green are council actions, in blue are actions by the National Marine Fisheries Service. Whether we receive a preliminary preferred alternative or we don't, we will revise the draft with the intention that this draft then would be revised to accommodate SSC requests and any changes by the council. And then it will eventually be published as a draft EIS. That is the document upon which you will take final action, is the published draft EIS. Depending on the amount of time available, at a minimum, there would be a 45-day public comment period that's required. And then the steps with respect to providing a comment analysis report to the council, the requirement is that the National Marine Fisheries Service provide a summary of public comments received during that public comment period. If time is sufficient for the analyst, we would put that together in a comment analysis report at the time of final action. If we do not have sufficient time to do that, the requirement is that that goes into the final EIS, which would be something that is published after the council takes their final action and upon which then the record of decision. So that's the timeline that's specific because this is an EIS. And Mr. Chairman, I believe that that's our last slide of this staff presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Stram. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Stram. I wonder if you might go back, I think it was to the slide just before this, the infographic of, the policy trade-offs. And you had an earlier slide on balancing the national standards. And I just want to, before we get into public testimony, kind of maybe ask you a question, because you have the balancing of the national standards. You called out 1 and 9 and 4 and 8 here on this slide, which I think are probably the most relevant ones. But my specific question is about National Standard 1 and achieving OY. And so I've heard, seems like I've heard a number of interpretations over what that might mean. I guess I want to try to keep my question simple. Achieve OY is not a specific number exceeding or being less than a specific number. I've heard achieving OY means that the Amendment 80 sector has to harvest all of its tax, for example, where we're not achieving OY. I just wondered if you can, again, I think you touched on it earlier in your presentation, just kind of a thumbnail view of what achieving OY means in the North Pacific Council context, and what is the most important thing, in your opinion, and staff expertise for the council to consider when we're balancing National Standard 1 with the others.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thanks for the question. In this narrow context, I guess we were trying to characterize achieving National Standard 1 as being the Amendment 80 portion of the optimum yield, which is specified again as a range in the Bering Sea. And that's where the 2 million metric ton cap obviously comes in. I think that we have a section in Section 7 that discusses what achieving OY means from the perspective of the Amendment 80 sector being able to harvest their allowable TAC. I think that what we haven't talked about is how else you might consider achieving National Standard 1, because it could also be that the Amendment 80 not achieving their TAC provides either room for other fisheries or other in TAC settings. So I'm not sure if I can really expand much more on that. We haven't really been considering it for the overall OY in the Bering Sea, and perhaps we should do a better job of discussing that in the revised draft, because the OY is specified for all of the stocks in the Bering Sea. And the discussion of achieving National Standard 1 for OY is mostly touching on the Amendment 80 sector's portion of that OY. And if they cannot harvest their TAC, then the OY in the Bering Sea, because the TACs are set on an annual basis, the Amendment 80 sector being constrained and not achieving their TAC does affect the overall OY, because you will not reach the 2 million metric ton cap in the Bering Sea, because one sector's harvest would go unharvested. And that's something that the council could take into consideration under tax setting, but under the current process, with our ability to look at whether or not they might be constrained, that would affect the overall OY. I hope that gets to your question.
Thank you, Dr. Stram. That is helpful, and I appreciate your suggestion about maybe expanding on that a little bit in the next version of the analysis, because I think it'll be an important issue. I have one follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, and I'm going to really switch subjects here. I'm not sure if this is the appropriate place to ask you this, Dr. Stram, so if it's not, please tell me and I can wait until after testimony. But I wanted to sort of ask you a question about one of the SSE recommendations, and it's the one that the SSE strongly cautions against using indices of abundance in absolute units for lookup tables. And Dr. Hallowed and Ms. Kimball had a discussion about that earlier, and I definitely had the same recollection as Ms. Kimball in terms of the council considering the information in the October discussion paper about absolute and relative indices for the lookup tables, and yes, and going with the absolute values, understanding some of the issues that might occur with changes to methods in the surveys, but really sort of going in the direction and favoring transparency in terms of the indices used for the lookup tables. And so I guess my question for you is that recollection correct? And I feel like we did discuss that in October when we reviewed the discussion paper that introduced the lookup table concept. And I just wanted to get your input as staff, as for the ABM team on that, and just check my recollection in terms of my memory for that.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Through the chair, that's consistent with our recollection of why we moved from the standardized indices, which we had been using in control rule formulations throughout the previous iterations of this analysis. We did have discussion of the fact that the council sets PSD limits for species such as snow crab, tanner crab, red king crab based on absolute abundance. That's how we have applied these types of PSC control rules and limits for other species which we manage on abundance. We don't do that on a relative standardized index. My recollection was that the discussion coming out of October was the trade-off, as you noted, between the transparency of being able to understand where on a given trajectory you are. I understand the FSC's issue in that where you think you are now, you may not be in the future. However, it's that trade-off of understanding what that versus the transparency of the general public understanding what the lookup table concept is. And my understanding of the council's discussion in October in relation to the discussion paper was that it was preferable to have transparency and have the public's understanding of the way a PSC limit would be set over the possibility that future changes in methodology for the surveys may lead you to believe that you are at a different spot. If you remember, we had lots of other discussions about what the index was standardized to and the issue of how long it would be in a lag for implementation, so that even with the standardized index, by the time you implement something, you may not be, you may also still have a jump in where you're ending up on your PSC limit because of the year in which we standardized to and how long it might take for implementation. So those were all the discussions that were held, as I recall, from October, with the council again taking the initiative to favor transparency over those other concerns.
Thanks for that, Dr. Stram. That's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Stram. Just on follow-up to that, what would the council's response be able to be if that was the case? I mean, would we have to revisit this action if we were, kind of misaligned, or there was a significant change in the survey that puts us at a different spot, I guess, than we had when we analyzed this set of alternatives?
Thank you, through the chair, Ms. Kimball. That's a good question, and I think that if the council is looking at a course lookup table, that situation would really be at the margins. And my general feeling is, having looked back at where those indices have changed as a result of time, as we pointed out in the discussion paper, I believe we had a whole section indicating the instances where that change in an index would have led you in the past to have jumped a box, basically, in a lookup table. But I guess I without looking too much into it, I don't see that it's as serious a concern as the SSC has pointed out. It's just a trade-off, essentially, between that understanding of where you are and looking backwards, but not such a concern. I mean, I think that what the council was trying to say is that it is better to have the transparency as we have with all of our other PSC limits that we set on abundance. We don't do any of them based on that kind of a standardized index. And we've pointed out that issue in the past, but at some point it's a balancing act for the council, and you were leaning towards the transparency. There's nothing that we would do differently if you moved forward with this type of an action and looked backwards and found out that 2 years ago maybe you would have been in a different place. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but that was just my initial thoughts on that.
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was going to note, I think Dr. Stram provided an overview of the ways that we might respond to that. And I think there's probably a variety of ways that we could respond. One could be a regulatory change if there was something dramatic enough that resulted in that. One could be tracking the issue and just making sure that we understand it. Another might be having some sort of adjustment factor in what we have in order to meet the definition that we have in the regulation with this new methodology. So I think there's probably a range of ways that we might be able to approach that, and that's perhaps something that we could describe in greater detail in the next iteration of this.
Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With this discussion, Dr. Stramman, and if this is way off base, let me know. But I guess one of the things that I agree with Ms. Kimball and Ms. Baker that we wanted to head towards transparency. But isn't it also true that given the SSC's cautionary statements, that some of that has to do with the fact that, yes, the absolute numbers and transparency is good if we set the numbers at a place that is reasonable. If we go too far in setting those numbers, by the time we get ready to say that things have changed, it could be too late for individual companies. We may have gone too far. So I guess there is a balance. My question is that there is a balance between transparency and getting the right cautionary kind of numbers in there that we don't go too far. Am I reading that right?
Through the chair, Mr. Cross, yes, I think that's probably a fair characterization. I mean, it's a policy decision, the number that you associate with an individual box. I think that's what we've been trying to point out all along. And so that's entirely under the jurisdiction of the council to evaluate the number that would be associated with a given survey state in those alternatives.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kraft. Any further questions for staff? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Stram. I guess I'm still hung up on optimum yield, and I just want to make sure before we move into the next phase of this that I have questions whether it's even possible for one sector to achieve optimum yield, because in the definition in Magnuson, optimum yield is balancing the various sectors at the decision point for what we're doing. So I'm not sure how we can look at it just in terms of one sector's performance, when really the definition of optimum yield in the national standards and the guidance that it provides tells us that it's a tool that we use to balance a variety of uses to the greatest benefit of the nation. That's not the exact language, but that's the gist of it. And I'm still kind of hung up on how that term is being used in relation to National Standard 1.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau. I think those are all good points, and we can flesh this out more in the next draft of this that goes forward. I think part of the problem is not problem, but so the whole section 7 that we address the national standards, we would generally be doing that for a preferred alternative. And so when we're doing it generally this way, we're just trying to look across all of the alternatives, and then in particular, drawing on how this action, which is only specific to one sector's achievable of their proportion of the overall Bering Sea OY, and how that affects it. It's very similar, I think, into when we had these similar discussions for Amendment 91, and that was how we were drawing on how you characterize OY in terms, because we have a Bering Sea wide OY as the sum of the tax and the 2 million ton cap, our ability to address OY under this analysis is a little bit limited to the contribution from the amendments 80 sector that's being impacted by this action. But again, we can broaden that discussion because the council in their tax setting process is directly influencing who is achieving, whose proportion of that overall OY in setting the tax for those levels. I'm not sure if that really addresses your question, but I know that it's something that we can certainly further flesh out in terms of this action.
Through the chair, yeah, that totally does. And I understand exactly what you're saying. And I think that the main thing is if we get a little better expansion of that in the next iteration, then when it comes time to, make a decision, we'll have everything in front of us we need. I appreciate your response, and it definitely was helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Further questions for staff? Okay. Don't see any. All right. Thank you for the presentation. Let's go ahead and take our afternoon break, come back at 2:25, and we'll take the AP report. Just a reminder to the public to sign up for public testimony prior to the end of the AP report. Back at 2:25, Alaska time. Good afternoon, Council. Please come back to order. We are ready to take our advisory panel report. I'd like to just give one last reminder to the public to go ahead and sign up for testimony prior to the end of this report. That is our cutoff time. So with that, we have Matt Upton here to provide the report. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. This is the report on C2 Bering Sea Aleutian Island halibut ABM. One, the AP recommends that the Council revise the halibut ABM analysis according to the recommendations from the SSC before publishing the draft EIS and prior to selecting a preliminary preferred alternative. Two, the AP recommends the following changes to the October 2020 Council motion language using strike through for elements removed and bold for new elements. For the purpose and need, there was no changes. For alternatives 1 through 4, there were no changes. Under options for alternatives 2, 3, and 4, option 2 was struck out. Option 4 was struck out. And then 3, the AP recommends that the following information be added to the analysis. A, the purpose and need statement calls out the possible effects of bycatch, specifically on Area 4 CD&E directed halibut fishery at low levels of halibut abundance. The analysis should provide specific information regarding those effects. B, regarding the alternatives possible effects on Area 4 CDE, including on Alaska Native peoples living in that area, the analysis should provide information on the ratio between the directed halibut fishery and the bycatch fishery in Area 4 CDE under each alternative. This should include the ratio that occurred in the past, as well as the resulting ratio from each alternative. C, the analysis should quantify the alternative's possible effects on directed fishery catch limits in downstream areas resulting from the bycatch of under 26 fish in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. The final motion passed 13-7, and there was one failed amendment for a PPA that was 7-13. Rationale for the failed motion, as well as the final motion as amended, is included. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Upton. Are there any questions on the AP report? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Upton. I'm wondering on this slide, recommendation B, as in boy, the reference to the ratio, the analysis should provide information on the ratio between the directed halibut fishery and the bycatch fishery in 4 CDE. Is that the ratio, the ratios that were calculated in the analysis that Ms. Henry presented to us earlier today and to the AP, in terms of sort of that conversion factor, if you will, between reduced PSC and the results on the directed fishery, or is this a different kind of ratio that the AP is referring to?
Through the chair, in terms of the ratio, the way it was described was between the amount of fish and halibut that's taken by the directed fishery relative to what's the makers of the motion term the bycatch fishery, which could be Amendment 80, or more generally bycatch removals of halibut, and then looking at that over time, and then more concurrently within the concept of equity of what that split would look like. So it's relative to the removals of, for example, a trawler of halibut in 4 CD&E and the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands versus, say, a directed halibut user.
Thank you for that. One follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Baker.
And so maybe you mentioned this at the beginning of this slide. The ABM action is for the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, but these, well, at least the first two recommendations are specific to Area 4C, D, and E. And so did the AP discuss why that specific area only was included in these data requests as opposed to the other halibut management areas in Area 4?
Through the chair, that I believe there's some rationale specifically on this. It was called out in terms of that being where there was a lot of public comment and public testimony around where some of these impacts have been felt at the lower levels of halibut abundance. And reference to how the purpose and need statement specifically references Area 4 CND, but does not provide some of the information that the stakeholders from that area would be helpful for them to understand some of the effects of the bycatch in the directed fishery. It's in kind of a request for just more specific, focused information on that area beyond what stakeholders are already reflecting on as in the analysis.
Ms. Baker?
Thank you. Honestly, Mr. Chair, I can't remember. Are we limited to 2 questions? I have one more. Either way.
Ms. Baker, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the third recommendation, Mr. Upton, on the slide, it's helpful because we just recently had the presentation from staff, but I feel like that presentation had a pretty thorough explanation of why staff couldn't or didn't quantify the alternative possible effects on directed fishery catch limits in downstream areas. And so did the AP have that discussion at all with staff in terms of the information that was in the presentation, and were there suggestions to staff as to how they could do that in a different manner than the reason staff gave us they couldn't?
Through the chair, yes, we had some extensive discussions in terms of what would be some of the downstream impacts on halibut and some of the difficulties that you've heard about. The reference to under 26 was spoken to around the SBR modeling approach that the IPHC is taking, and to try and wrap that into the document more thoroughly. And there was some thought that the IPHC is working on some additionally modeling or information that could be included. We also heard for the opposition to this along the lines of that amount of information around the impacts on the resource was pretty extensive, and that there wouldn't necessarily be anything that could be added further to it. So that was the kind of opposition that some people voiced towards this. But mostly it was focused around the under 26 and how it's accounted for in the SBR model at the IPHC, and some information that might be forthcoming from that body.
Thanks, Mr. Upton. Appreciate the clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Any further questions on the AP report? Don't see any. Thank you, Mr. Upton.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the AP report. We will now move into public testimony. Like we have a refresh here, 49 signed up to testify. So just as a reminder, individuals and companies have 3 minutes, and organizations have 6 minutes. We do have a timer in the up above the chat box, so please pay attention to that. But if there is a lag or technical glitch, I will also be timing from here as well and let you know when your time is up. So Let's see. First up is Representative Jonathan Christ Tompkins, then Jim Martin, and then Josh Wisniewski. Representative Christ Tompkins, are you with us? We'll pause just a few seconds here to allow for people to connect. Okay, we can circle back to those that we missed. Jim Martin.
Yes, this is Jim Martin. I'm with the Alaska Charter Association. And we just wanted to restate our support for this process. We support the abundance-based management. And other than that, you know, we got involved back in October, a couple of years ago when you guys came to Homer. And what we're trying to do is just, you know, be an example of how important halibut is to our communities. And if there's one thing I wanted to say is that it was disappointing to see some of the public comment that was very insulting to some of the members of the council in the whole process and did not seem to understand anything about what fishery management is about. So I just really am going to make an effort to be respectful of this, and I hope others will and as this discussion moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Are there any questions? Don't see any. Thank you for your testimony. Josh Wisniewski.
Hi, I'm on the phone. Are you able to hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to the chair and to the council. My name is Josh Wisniewski. I live in Seldovia. I'm a halibut skiff fisherman. I hand line in Area 3A. Halibut fishery is pretty important to my overall economy and my way of life here. I'm also an active subsistence fisherman, and I fish for myself and several other families in this area. I support the implementation, of the abundance-based management. I think it's long overdue. I'm supportive of the analysis revisions consistent with the SSC recommendations. The current fixed halibut bycatch limits, upwards to 7.7 million pounds, in no way reflect the halibut biomass, and in particular, not during this period where we're seeing a decline in all halibut abundance. And not having an abundance-based management strategy practice in place means the council, to my mind, is somewhat failing to apply bycatch limits based on a best available science, which I think is the council's responsibility. And so, as you know, when we've got a decline in our halibut abundance, the PSC becomes a larger proportion of the halibut removals, and that reduces the proportion of halibut available for our directed fisheries. So as a holder of under 1,000 pounds of IFQ, these downward adjustments in the halibut available to harvest based on the PSC can pretty quickly erode someone with a small quota share, because our directed halibut fisheries are, of course, as you know, managed based on abundance. So we need to implement this abundance-based management really to restore equity and based on actual abundance. And you know, for the past, since 2011, halibut bycatch removals have exceeded the directed harvest. And that's so this to me, implementing the abundance-based halibut should be a no-brainer. Thousands of us depend on the health and abundance of the halibut stocks for our directed fisheries. That includes myself here in Seldovia. I know people who have lost over 50% of their quota due to declines in abundance. I think Alternative 4 provides the best option for halibut conservation. Looking at the lowest possible PSC limits would be 45% the lowest level of halibut abundance. And this would keep more adults as well as juveniles in the biomass across the across the state, across the Gulf, and all of our waters. And I think this is what science-based management is. And I think this would support our low-impact, sustainable hook and line and halibut pot fisheries. And I just say we as directed halibut fishermen, we're the ones who are really being innovative in finding ways to reduce our bycatch. And I think it's just time for all sectors of our fishing industry to do the same. And we need this. It should be a no-brainer. I hope the council can just move on this. Our halibut needs it, and our halibut fishing families, we need this. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Wisniewski. Any questions from council members? I don't see any. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Right, next up is John Govan, then Heather Belcher, then Mark Fina.
Yeah, good afternoon, Council, and thank you, Mr. Chair. John Govan, Alaska Seafood Cooperative. And I wrote you a letter of the Seafood Cooperative's thoughts on the document and ways we think it could be improved. I'll try to cover the high points here. The first point is that we looked at available fishing data from the cooperative Amendment 80 to explore how climate change could affect Amendment 80 practicability looking forward under the lower PSC limits that are proposed here. We looked at our catch per unit effort in the yellowfin sole fishery over the last 10 years, and we noted that in 2015 through 2019, the CPUE for yellowfin was about half what it was in the years before that. This was occurred at a time when actually abundance overall from the stock assessments for yellowfin was increasing. We think this is an indicator of what catch rates will be in warmer years when yellowfin are more spread out. This has implications, we think, in terms of our encounter rates and also our mortality needed to prosecute our yellowfin sole fishery and other important fisheries. Pointing to 2019, our encounter rates were the highest in the time series. You can see this if you go to the SSC, the comments we submitted to the SSC. And they were unprecedented high rates of encounter, and deck sorting mitigated this to some degree, but even with deck sorting, 2019 represented our highest mortality per ton by a considerable portion in that time series. So our point here is that this available information, I think, can be used for inferences of how climate change could affect the yellowfin sole fishery looking forward, and under lower halibut PSC might affect our ability to prosecute this fishery in anything like what we've been able to do in the past. All indications from climate models are that 2019 might just be the tip of the iceberg looking forward in terms of warming conditions. So we think this available information could be incorporated into the document. Second point is on practicability and discussion of tools and strategies Amendment 80 has to continue to improve in terms of lowering its halibut bycatch and mortality. Our written comments go into a great detail on this, but I think the document does a much better job now explaining the limitations that the sector has in terms of adjusting fishing strategies. We applaud the analysts for that, but we think it could be improved in terms of a weight of evidence approach to things like how much more we could lower our bycatch rates with available tools, given all we've done, and particularly with deck sorting. The document notes that it's at full implementation now, but fails to really get into the issue of whether the actual mortality rates can be lowered further. And we point that out in our comments and show why we think that there's very little room to do further reductions. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, on the issue of the abundance-based management indices and the problem of the Amendment 80 counter rates of halibut not tracking with that, the analysis now openly admits that these indices don't track our encounter rates, which I think is important. But I will note that the discussion on the National Standard 9 on page 243 states that the intention of indexing the Amendment 80 PSC to fluctuations in halibut biomass should more closely link PSC limits with encounter rates on the fishing ground. Well, this statement and its explanation of practicability for the sector is not supported by any of the analyses on the correlation of the indices to halibut encounter rates by the sector. So, frankly, I think the analysis could be improved here by being more careful about how they analyze the impacts on our sector and practicability in light of the disconnect between the indices and our encounter rates. I think they should, in this section, be really honest about the limitations of these indices and the problems with using them, and point to things that the council can do to mitigate this lack of correspondence, such as PSC rollovers or even performance standards, which could be used to provide the amenity sector's flexibility in years when their encounter rates are anomalously high. And I think that analysis really needs to be frank and forthright, because right now it's all over the place in the document, and it's just not really a good way to assess practicability. So I recommend that the document be, the staff look at these areas for improving the document, and I'll limit my comments to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gobbin. Are there any questions from council members? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your testimony. Mr. Gobbin, you used a term that I guess I haven't heard before in weighted evidence approach. And I think your specific example was in terms of mortality related to deck sorting. Can you just give me a really brief description of what weighted evidence approach is and what you're suggesting that staff include in the analysis, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Baker, for the question. So I think it's probably because I was rushing at weight of evidence. And what I mean is that as an analyst, I think the document does a good job sort of laying out the information that's there and some of the factors that affect, for instance, the tools available to the sector to manage its halibut bycatch or to reduce mortality. But I think what I would say the weight of evidence approach would do is to look at, okay, there's a table in there that says, over time, how much the sector's been using deck sorting, and now says that it's at full implementation. But there's other information in there about the mortality rate achieved. And if you look, this information shows that in the last years, the mortality rates from deck sorting have plateaued at close to 50%. And I think that's an important thing, because it shows me that, and understanding what it takes to deck sort halibut, and just the time it takes to remove the halibut and have them go through the process of being moved over to the observer, who then assesses the viability, et cetera. I fully think that taking a hard look at this, you really, can conclude that additional reductions in halibut mortality rates are unlikely to occur. If at full implementation, we're achieving in the last few years 50%, and that occurred also in 2020, and so far this year, I think that it's fully within the staff's power to make strong inferences about additional ability to reduce bycatch in these means and how limited it is. So that's what I mean by weight of evidence. And I think putting information in documents is important, but I think adding it up and really taking a hard look at it and saying, has the low-hanging fruit, really been harvested here? What additional room is there? And here are the factors. And from this, we infer that, that there isn't a lot of room, or that any other additional reductions in bycatch would come at very high cost to the fleet. I hope that answered your question.
It does. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's it for me.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Govan, I guess my question to you is, given your extensive experience with a lot of halibut excluder devices, other types of gear advancements, what would the response be to the fleet if we have a measure that goes into place that recommends, substantial reductions from our current limit? What's available that you have not explored yet that you think the fleet could explore?
Through the chair, thanks, Mr. Merrill, for that question. I think I've been asked that by the fleet a lot. Okay, what's the next thing we're going to do here in the face of looking at some of these alternatives? I would say that, I think we've really looked hard at everything available, and specific to your mention of excluders, the motivation behind our EFP application was actually to document what kind of performance we're getting from them, because I think we've been assuming that they've been achieving selectivity. When we took a hard look at that, they suggest that they're almost letting out as much groundfish as halibut. I think you can ask people behind me. I know we have some captains signed up, but we've been working on halibut excluders for a long time, and I think that the challenges are really high for excluding halibut with these devices, simply because the size differential between the target fish and the halibut is so close and sometimes the same that I think the opportunity to make further reductions is small there. As I've said with deck sorting, I think we're achieving as much savings as you can, given that we're using it at full force now, and we're not likely to achieve any reductions in mortality rate getting lower than the 50%. There's limits on that simply because of the weather. There's weather you can't deck sort in. And there's even times when the crew would like to, but the observer, says it's unsafe, and I think the captains have to respect that. So I think, have worked hard to look at every angle, and I think that what's left is just every place you might find a halibut, moving the boat, which is just, burning a lot of fuel. The fleet's committed to continue to look at ways we could do this, but I don't see the room for additional savings that wouldn't come at extremely high cost.
Mr. Merrill? Mr. Marks?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I was somewhere else at the time. Thanks, Mr. Govan. I found myself considering the way there was questions and discussions back, I think, in section 5, looking at the catch and revenue amounts, and as we were talking about trade-offs, I was trying to better understand that it was hard for me to follow in terms of just dollar amounts when those trade-offs, but we also talked about optimum yield. So they'd be questioned, do you have any thoughts on is there a better way we can present that in terms of the effect on harvest in the Amendment 80 sector?
Through the chair. So, Mr. Marks, you mean better present it than in the models or in the description part of the analysis?
Yeah, just in the description, and how do we think about, we're looking at this in terms of catch value, and if there are trade-offs where the fleet would move to a more valuable species, but it also moves you away from catch of another species, and that ultimately gets back to our conversation on optimum yield. And is there a good way to characterize that so we could have a kind of more a better visual or understanding of how that trade-off plays out?
Sure, I'll do my best, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Marks, for the question. So I think that, there are other ways to look at optimum yield. Some of them came up in your discussion with the analyst. I know that Chris Woodley has some information for you in terms of thinking about optimum yield in terms of meals produced per unit of bycatch versus what that fish would produce in the directed fishery. In terms of the issue that came up in your question, the analyst, like reorganizing fisheries or redirecting your effort to lower halibut bycatch fisheries in order to get the most yield out of lower PSC limits. My thoughts in thinking about that were actually, from what I understand of the operations these companies are doing, and you'll have people behind me to testify, but there are some companies that don't have that opportunity anyway because they just don't have the roundfish fishery quotas to do that. But even with those who do have that, in terms of making the best out of a much lower cap as these alternatives present, I think they already are doing that to a degree you can. I think that they already deploy their mackerel effort when A season opens up, and they're limited by how much they can catch then. The idea of just doing that and then shutting down and coming back in B season, like they do with pollock, really doesn't work for the anemone sector. You just don't have that way of scheduling as fisheries. Every fishery, like for instance, somebody mentioned doing arrowtooth, higher revenue fishery. That's a very uncertain fishery. You couldn't just shut down and say, okay, we're going to go do that later because the arrowtooth will be schooled up then and the PSC rate's going to be lower. You just don't have the certainty that the pollock fishery has to have an A and B season. I guess I don't know. I guess in terms of thinking about the revenue trade-offs and how they've analyzed it, I think they've done what you can, but I think you should listen to the information from the companies that are testifying and ask them what would they do under these scenarios to optimize what they can get from the PSC alternatives. And I think they can give you pretty good ideas of what they're thinking about.
Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Marks. Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Govan. So, just listening to your testimony, I'm just going to ask that you respond to this, and I will put this in the form of a question, but it sounds to me like there's, any further reductions in your bycatch is unlikely to occur. And I get that. And I commend you for the things that you've done that have brought you to that point, that there's not a lot of tools left. And then you mentioned that global warming could have an effect on your encounter rates, and that could also affect the CPUE that you've been seeing in your yellowfin fishery, all which could drive halibut bycatch up. And of course, when you hear those things, those are not very comforting to the directed fishery, and that's part of the reason that we're taking this action to try to bring a balance at these low levels, because halibut is in steep decline. It's projected to continue to decline along with the things that you've mentioned. The IPHC can take the savings in reduced halibut bycatch, and they are able to do that like they did in 2015, I think, when you did such a good job of reducing your halibut bycatch. They were able to come up with enough to keep the fishery going in Area 4. So I guess the question is, it's a tough thing on both sides. And so as a council member, I'm trying to weigh out our National Standard 1 and National Standard 9 along with other things. But with those two national standards, is it just sacrosanct that we protect the optimum yield at the expense of halibut bycatch that you're telling me is projecting to continue to go up, that there's not much you can do to bring this down? And I realize you said those are very expensive solutions. So I guess that's my question, should we assume that OY, and whatever we do here, allows the fishery to go forward and achieve OY at the expense of additional bycatch? Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'll give a succinct answer if I can on that question, if I can. Thanks, Mr. Down, for the question. No, I don't think I was arguing that, it's the Amendment 80 fishery alone and that's the only focus here, but I think that the document could make better information available about the effects of climate change and how it might play into the effects of lower PSC caps, which is what they're analyzing here. Not making an argument of favoring one fishery over another. I just think that I hadn't really thought about this before, and I was motivated to do the analysis that I presented to the SSC, simply to understand kind of what climate change could do to the fishery. And I was actually very surprised to find out that the CPUE is in these warmer years has been about half what it was in the cooler years. I think that's important information. We don't know really how that's going to affect. I mean, the yellowfin stock's going up. Our CPUE should have gone up, but it went down. It's got something to do with the fish spreading out more or moving more to the northern Bering Sea where the fishery can't go because that area is closed to them. And there has been evidence in the stocks, in the surveys of more fish moving up there. I just think it's important that the council understand this information in terms of understanding the practicability of these proposed alternatives. And I think understanding how PSC ties into that annual variability in climate and CPUE for target fish is really important, because in some of those years, halibut encounter rates really weren't extraordinarily high. In others, they were. And that variability, I think, is important to understand. And as I mentioned, the way you can deal with that is through things like performance standards that allow more flexibility for the fleet to do what it can to achieve OY. But I really wasn't commenting on which fishery to favor, and I hope that my comments didn't come off that way. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. And just one clarification on my second question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. So I think the issue that I'm in listening to your answer, I think we were warned by the SSC about future casting in the way that you're looking at doing. Are you talking about something else here, or I think that these looking at global warming into the future and what effect that might have on your CPUE of yellowfin or encounter rates of halibut are very difficult to predict. I think that's the message that I got from the SSC. Is there something that you're asking the council to do here that's outside of that?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Down, I'll note that the analysis right now, and if you look at my written comments, you can see where in the analysis, they already point out that variability in annual environmental conditions is likely to affect the fishery for Amendment 80. I think the SSC does acknowledge this as well if you read their minutes in detail. I think their caveat on forward-looking analyses had to do with the closed-loop simulation model and some of the assumptions about size of age and things like that. But I guess my point is, I wasn't trying to just, say the sky is falling. I looked at fishery data and looked at 2019, which is a year that happened where our encounter rates were so high on halibut. And I said, boy, if the future looks like this, we're going to have a hard time with some of these proposed caps. So that information seemed relevant. That's why I presented it. The only reason I say that's a forward-looking analysis, or could be taken that way, is that the climate scenarios that I read about really did forecast warmer waters and more events like the blob, which I think motivated those conditions between 2015 and 2019. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godwin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And any further questions for Mr. Godwin? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Chair.
Circle back to Representative Jonathan Christ Tompkins.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify as in legislative committee earlier. So glad to have the second bite of the apple. I'm here to testify in part to augment written testimony submitted by my office from every legislator in Southeast Alaska. Although I believe the council also is in receipt from a letter signed by, I think, every member of the minority caucus in the Alaska House of Representatives, which numbers 18 people. If it's not all 18, it's awfully close to it. And want to speak to the need to reduce halibut bycatch and adopt an abundant management approach to halibut bycatch. And I'll just sort of like flatly say I'm not well versed on the details. In past years, I've been much closer to the council process and track the proposals and the ins and outs and minutia. But I think the primary utility I can play today is to communicate to the council that there is very little ambiguity about where most Alaskans are on this issue, regardless of party and regardless of geography. And I think it's very, very important council members know that. And there's very, very little diversity in perspective within the legislature about what legislators, be they Democrat, Republican, rural, or urban, would like to see. And they would like to see less halibut bycatch by the trawl fleets, period. And to the extent that there's sort of a relationship between council members and the constituents they represent, and I realize not all the council members represent an Alaskan constituency, but those who do, or those council members who don't represent an Alaskan constituency, but want to know where sort of rank and file everyday Alaskans are on these issues. That's where they are. And, you know, it'd be very easy to sort of run up the tally on the signatures from legislators from both bodies in the Alaska legislature on this issue, or put forward a resolution advocating this in more formal and memorialized terms. But I just think it's really, really important to frame this debate and for council members to know where most Alaskans and where most legislators who represent those Alaskans stand on this issue. And it's one of the most unifying bipartisan issues I've encountered in the legislature. And I think sometimes that might be underestimated. So I'm here to try to calibrate to what is my sense of reality, which is overwhelming support for a more aggressive approach on halibut bycatch. And it's my understanding that Alternative 4 is sort of most in alignment with what I would say is the overwhelming consensus within the Alaska legislature. And I would just urge the council to take that into consideration as you all proceed. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Representative Craig Tompkins. See if there's any questions from council members. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Chris Thompson. My question is just the sort of context of the concern that's being expressed by the legislature. Is it the floating of abundance that is something that we should be capturing in our bycatch management? Is it the lack of harvest opportunities that we may be achieving through the International Pacific Halibut Commission process? What is driving this specific concern from your perspective? Thank you.
Mr. Merrill, thanks for the question. I think it all just comes down to a desire to see there being less bycatch. And kind of period. People just want to see less halibut bycatch and less bycatch by the trawl fleet. I mean, I think the sort of implications of that are thereby providing opportunity for directed fisheries to harvest those fish that are otherwise bycaught by trawl fisheries or other fisheries. But I think just there's just an overwhelming distaste for bycatch, and the fleets that tend to catch a lot of halibut as bycatch also tend not to give as much or be as connected to Alaskan coastal communities in terms of generating jobs and economic opportunity.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Tompkins. I appreciate your letter and your willingness to take time out of your busy schedule to come and provide your perspective. And I'm a small boat fisherman, and I have 2 shareholders and an Alaskan, and we have 6 Alaskan boats at this table. But I hope you understand this process that we're putting here to do isn't a political process. It isn't. We're not elected, and we're supposed to view these issues with the facts put in front of us and apply the national standards that dictate what we do, and try to be as fair as possible using those standards. And I suspect the way we're moving with this action that there's a willingness to link halibut bycatch to abundance and a willingness to seek a reasonable reduction. But we're still bound in this process by a series of laws and rules and science that force us to go through this process and make sure that we're being fair and legal. And I appreciate your input. And, you know, I think the letter that was written that just sort of specified linking bycatch to abundance makes good sense. And, you know, I just wanted to make sure you understand doing the best we can under the circumstances that we're in, and trying to be fair and reasonable and do what's best for the nation.
And thank you so much for that comment, Mr. Mesereau. And it comes having just recently gotten out of a committee that was concerning mandatory sentencing for sexual assault crimes. And the only reason I mention that is, I mean, you know, as an elected representative of the people, it's sometimes easy to run with the passions or sort of the popular perception of an issue, when it's really sort of our responsibility to do the diligence, unintended complications, and sometimes the more sort of inconvenient truths of policy questions, and then try to make the right call. And sometimes that's not exactly the, you know, pound on the table, you know, popular demand. So I totally understand where you're coming from. I understand you all aren't elected. And I just want to make sure that as one of the pieces of information that you all on the council consider in deliberation of this issue is just sort of making it known very clearly and explicitly as one of the many considerations you all are taking under advisement and making a decision, that there is broad and overwhelming support from the legislature and from Alaskans to protect the halibut resource and to reduce bycatch as much as possible. And I realize that will not necessarily be, you know, the overwhelming consideration, or will not drive, you know, every aspect of the decision making, but to the extent it is taken into consideration, I hope it is to some extent, and I note that you are not saying otherwise. I just want to sort of register that clearly and unambiguously as a point of data and consideration for the council.
Thanks for your comments. I really appreciate it.
Any further questions? Okay, thanks again for your testimony.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify and the hard work you all are doing.
Okay, next up is Heather Boucher, then Mark Fina, then Eric Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, council members. My name is Heather Bauscher. I am the chair of the Sitka Fish and Game Advisory Committee to the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. We are a collection of 17 publicly elected representatives of fisheries, wildlife, subsistence, and conservation interests in the Sitka area. We are made up of a diverse collection of stakeholders, including sport and commercial interests, with a wide range of views represented on our council. Many of our council members' livelihoods and way of life are directly connected to the health of the halibut resource. Members of this committee have large amounts of money invested in permits and boats and businesses here in town that are directly connected to our fisheries resources. The folks represented on this committee and throughout the Sitka community feel that halibut is an important resource to the communities across Southeast, as fisheries and tourism are some of the main economic drivers across the region. Sitka, of course, is a rural community. Many of us practice subsistence harvesting. We fill our freezers and feed our families on fish, including halibut, and we enjoy this way of life. Many have trouble with the word subsistence because it does not truly describe what it is to live this way, and it does not capture how our communities thrive directly because of that connection to these lands and waters. Halibut is truly important. The indigenous people of this region have relied on halibut as a food source and have managed this resource successfully since time immemorial. I've noticed over time that it is rare to find a topic or an issue in which you find sport, charter, subsistence, and conservation interests all in agreement on a position. The great unifier of the moment is the undeniable fact that the current allowable amount of bycatch of such important species such as halibut and others is out of control, and this degree of waste is simply not acceptable. These fisheries resources, including halibut, are critical to our communities. Halibut is critical to local food security and important to the food security of coastal rural communities across the state. I think we have all been reminded in the past year or so, as we have dealt with the many challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, how significant this resource and all of our subsistence resources are to the health and survival of communities like ours. Additionally, given the major reduction of ferry service, this need becomes even more critical. To allow these large industrial scale interests to take such a large amount of fish as bycatch also impacts us directly in terms of how much of the annual take of this species is left to spread around amongst the rest of us. In times of low abundance, it should not be the people that need this resource the most that should have to pay the price for the industry's wasteful practices. I'm here advocating for more conservative management and limiting these wasteful practices and support a significant reduction in the allowable bycatch of the trawl fleet. The current level of waste is not sustainable and not acceptable, and it is unreasonable to even consider this in a current form a remotely responsible or sustainable fishery. The Sitka AC supports much more conservative management compared to what is currently occurring. Once again, I would like to urge the council to support a much more conservative approach and reduce bycatch. Thank you for this opportunity to share these concerns, and thank you for all that you do on the behalf of the management of these vital resources.
Thank you, Ms. Bauscher. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mark Fina. Right, if Dr. Fina is not available, let's move on to Eric Jordan. Circle back to both Dr. Fina and Eric Jordan. John Warrenchuk.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Thank you, members of the council. Oh,
Hi. Can you hear me here?
I'll stand down.
Yeah. Council members?
Okay, is that Mr. Jordan?
Yes. I'm sorry. I thought I was on.
Do I need to stand down? I don't mean to interrupt, but I was trying to respond to your call for me.
Oh, that's fine. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Gordon.
I'm ready. Okay. Council members, staff, and public, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Eric Jordan. I'm a lifelong halibut fisherman dating back to crewing with my father and grandfather in the early 60s. I've been involved in halibut conservation for decades, dating back to my appointment to the AP to the council in 1978. I have been involved in activism to regulate trawling since then, and particularly in prohibiting trawling in state waters of Southeast Alaska and the Gulf of Alaska while working for the Alaska Marine Conservation Council in the late 90s. I have prepared videos on the effect of trawling on bottom habitat and studied bycatch for decades. Basically, I see trawling as an existential threat to marine habitat, fish populations, other fishing groups, subsistence, and the environment, and especially now a contributor to climate change, and needs to be much better regulated, observed, and managed to continue. I also facilitated a local project in Sitka to better conserve subsistence, small boat, and non-guided sport access to halibut in traditional halibut areas. Our consensus proposal passed the Board of Fish, AP, and Council unanimously in the late 90s, resulting in our local area management plan for halibut, called the LAMP. I greatly appreciate the detailed and comprehensive work by staff on this issue. My job as a decision maker over the years is to boil all this down to simple, concrete, effective motions and justification for action. And I must say, I really appreciate the work by the council members on doing this. And of course, I've worked with John Jensen's uncle, Gordon, and Cora Campbell's. I worked with her father, Gary Slavin, and coached her husband in 8th grade basketball, Casey Campbell. Anyway, so I really appreciate the long-term dedication of all your members. I'm a wordsmith and have helped numerous individuals and groups get proposals through the Board of Fish and Council process. I have written papers on how to take your good idea from the back deck to the regulation book. I believe your document on your proposed action needs to be revised. In your introduction, your objective needs to be stronger and reflected in your ultimate action. This is not a time to be providing incentives, quote unquote. This is a time to be regulating a damaging fishing practice. I recommend rewriting this sentence in your introduction from, this would also be expected to provide incentives for the main Amendment 80 fleet to minimize halibut mortality at all times. Achievement of these objectives could result in additional harvest opportunities in the commercial halibut fishery. 2, this action will require the Amendment 80 fleet to minimize halibut mortality at all times. Achievement of these objectives must result in resource conservation and additional harvest opportunities in the commercial, sport, and subsistence halibut fishery. And I added sport and subsistence before I heard the staff testimony. I recommend adopt. Yes.
I apologize. Your time is up. Can you provide a summary comment?
I think my time must have started before this. I will summarize real quickly. I recommend adopting alternative 4 if you cannot find your way to do what I think is the best interest of our marine habitat and halibut populations, which is much better regulating the trawl fisheries in line with my suggested wording. Also, I have read most of the comments, listened for 2 full days of staff report and council discussion. And it's fortunate that I follow Representative Thompson, who's crewed with me, and Heather Bauscher, who plans to crew with me this summer as I take people crewing. Also, that sums it up. I have some more, but that sums it up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jordan. Let's see if there's any questions. I don't see any. Thank you very much for your testimony today. Okay, John Warrenchuk.
Hello. Hello.
Thank you, members of the council. For the record, my name is John Warrenchuk, Senior Scientist and Campaign Manager for Oceana. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to this issue. I have read through most of the 500 plus pages of documents that have been generated around this issue. And I've learned a lot. I've appreciated some of the very detailed descriptions on the realities of operating Amendment 80 vessels and the realities of what it takes for those companies to remain profitable. And I understand the council has a lot to think about here as you weigh the costs and benefits of meeting the various national standards. As part of my testimony, I uploaded a picture. I don't know if you can see it, but I've got it on my screen, and it's a photo I took just the other day at our local supermarket here in Alaska, here in Juneau. And I'm sure some folks could look at that picture, and if you can't see it, I'll describe it. It's a picture of what's called frozen wild Alaskan flounder fillets, 16-ounce package for $5.49 a bag. And I'm sure some may look at that and just see a perfect distillation of what optimum yield means. But I think I look at that a little differently. And I think that your definition of optimum yield should look at that a little differently. Now, when I see this amount of fish for this cheap, I wonder how it can be offered at this price point and what it takes to get it to that price point. And you look a little closely at this label. It's called Wild Alaskan Flounder. In reality, this is yellowfin sole, Lamanda aspera. It is labeled on the label with that scientific name. My colleagues who work on seafood labeling say that the FDA does allow flounder to be marketed under the name of sole and vice versa. And under the Wild Alaskan cod, it says product of China. So the reality of getting this fish to the supermarket at this price, even within Alaska, is that it needs to be shipped and processed to another country where the labor is much cheaper, the environmental regulations are much more lax, and then it can be shipped back to this country or around the world at this price point. I raise this because optimum yield needs to take this kind of cost into account. It needs to account for what I'm looking at here. Looks like a lot of single-use plastic. Each of these portions are wrapped in plastic that's going to be thrown away, and society is going to bear some cost to get rid of. I look at the cost of the carbon dioxide produced by coal-fired plants in the province in China where this fish is processed. These are plants that are coal-driven. This is the worst greenhouse gas polluter that we know. I look at the cost of the CO2 liberated from the marine sediments in the Bering Sea as this fish is caught through trawling. And finally, you look at the cost of all the bycatch and community impacts that occur from reduced availability of fishing opportunities to coastal communities to catch halibut, salmon, crab, and other species. With that, I'll just wrap up my testimony to say you do have a lot of information in front of you in this package to weigh the costs and benefits of the national standards. But I also urge you to think about these other costs that are not included in this analysis. And I would urge the analysts and the Fisheries Service to include more of those types of cumulative costs in this type of cost-benefit analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warrenchuk. Questions from council members? All right, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Joel Jackson. Following Mr. Jackson will be Katie Russell and then Alexis Kwachka. Okay, if Mr. Jackson's not available, let's go to Katie Russell.
Hey, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony. For the record, my name is Katie Russell, and I'm a fisheries biologist in Western Alaska. I'm testifying today representing myself. I support abundance-based management of halibut bycatch. The harvest of every other fish and crab species in the North Pacific is managed based on abundance, including the directed halibut fishery. As mandated by the Magnuson-Stevens Act, National Standards 1, 3, 4, 5, and 8, these collectively require conservation and management measures to prevent overfishing, rebuild depleted stocks, and ensure that the long-term health and sustainability of fisheries. I support the Council's Alternative 4, which best addresses the needs of directed halibut users and halibut-dependent communities. The current fixed halibut prohibited species catch, PSC or bycatch, limits are inconsistent with the management of directed halibut fisheries and the Council management of directed ground fisheries, all of which are managed based on abundance. When halibut abundance declines, PSC becomes a larger proportion of total halibut removals and thereby further reduces the proportion and amount of halibut available for harvest in directed halibut fisheries. This is a conservation concern. The static cap is not how any other fishery is managed. The Amendment 80 fleet are catching more and more proportion of halibut as the resource is going down. As stated in the agenda item's purpose and need, the Council intends to meet requirements under NS 9 to A, minimize bycatch, and B, to the extent bycatch cannot be avoided, minimize the mortality of such bycatch. And under NS 1 to achieve optimum yield in the BSAI groundfish fisheries on a continuing basis. Again, if a motion is chosen, I support Alternative 4, which best addresses the needs of directed halibut users and halibut-dependent communities. Alternative 4 provides the best option for conservation of the halibut resource with the lowest possible PSC limits, 45% below the current, at the lowest levels of halibut abundance. This will preserve more adult and juvenile halibut to contribute to the coast-wide biomass. The current pressure to conserve the halibut resource is borne by the directed halibut fisheries having a lower catch limits at lower levels of halibut abundance. Adoption of also requiring lower bycatch limits at lower levels of halibut abundance will help share the conservation mandate and sustain economies of halibut-dependent communities. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony and for dedicating the time and resources to development of the documents associated with the halibut ABM in the BSAI region. This concludes my testimony. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Russell. And for the council members, she's elected not to take questions for testimony. So we will move on to Alexis Kwachka. Thanks again, Ms. Russell. Mr. Kwachka? Mr. Kwachka is not available. Mark Carroll.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony. My name is Mark Carroll. I'm a longline fisherman, 3A quota holder, and a year-round resident of Cordova. And I am speaking on behalf of Cordova District Fishermen United, CDFU, which is one of Alaska's oldest fishermen's organizations. We represent about several hundred fishing families here in the Cordova area and beyond. And we are in full support of abundance-based management of halibut bycatch. We support the revision in the analysis in accordance with the SSC recommendations. And we support the Council's Alternative 4, which we believe best represents the needs of the directed halibut fishing fleet and halibut-dependent communities. Over the past decades, the halibut stock has declined dramatically as a result of weak recruitment and low size at age. And the burden of conservation for halibut has been carried almost entirely by the directed longline fleet. Directed fishing quotas have been cut to the point where many of our members are no longer able to make a living catching halibut. And our community cannot rely on the halibut fishery to keep the town going if we have a bad salmon season. And meanwhile, with bycatch limits not tied to abundance, the Amendment 80 fleet's proportional share of the halibut catch has actually increased, which is just plain unfair. Abundance-based management is an opportunity to right this unfair situation and more equitably share the burden of conservation among user groups. The halibut population is still at a historic low, and with rapidly changing ocean conditions, the conservation of adult and juvenile halibut needs to be a priority. We believe that Alternative 4 provides the best option for conservation of the halibut resource while also helping to meet the needs of halibut-dependent communities throughout Alaska. Thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Carell. Are there any questions? I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Woody Sear.
Hi there, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi, so yeah, I'm Woody Sear. I live down in Sitka. I'm a commercial fisherman, and yeah, halibut subsistence as well is huge for me. Yeah, I'm young, up and coming in the fleet, like building my business. And as far as I'm concerned, this whole halibut situation with what's going on with the trawlers, it's completely inequitable as it stands. We, you know, the directed fishery has to pay in fish for the trawlers to catch their fish. There's no recourse. There's no repercussions. That's just how it goes. That's a problem. You know, I implore you guys to work towards that Alternative 4 and do something meaningful so that us normal folks, not these big corporations, particularly from other places, have good, strong opportunities in this place that we love to live. And I also want to say, you know, it's great to see a whole bunch of other people signed up to testify. I signed up this morning and there weren't very many, and there's a bunch now. So that's great. And, oh yeah, I think it was one of the trawlers or someone associated with that. I heard talking about how, you know, they've tried to reduce the bycatch and they feel like they've done everything reasonable they can. I was thinking about it and I was like, you know what? That's what I would say. If that was my fishery, that's absolutely what I would say. But you know what I always say whenever I've got a fishery that I keep getting cut down on time and area in? Give me time, give me area, I'll figure it out. They can figure it out if they want to. Fishermen are smart and resourceful. If they're required to figure it out, they will. Thank you for your time. I appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you for lending your voice to this process, Mr. Sear. Let's see if there's any questions. I don't see any. Thanks again. Next up is Karen Pletnikoff. Following Ms. Pletnikoff will be Chris Woodley and then Mark Guillory.
Thank you, Chairman Keenan, and good afternoon, council members. Thank you for your time and consideration. My name is Karen Pletnikoff, and I serve as the Environment and Safety Program Administrator at the Aleutian Bluff Islands Association. APIA is an Alaska Native regional nonprofit consortium for the 13 federally recognized Aleut tribes. However, I'm testifying on behalf of APIA, our board, as well as our president and CEO, Dmitry Filmonov, through the consensus of our Fisheries Committee. APIA has previously provided input in 2014 and 2015, as well as written comment in 2016. We submitted online support for Alternative 4, including Option 3, while also emphasizing several significant deficiencies that limit the decision document's application for taking action. Because the APIA Fisheries Committee only addresses issues with positive regional scope and in full consensus, the fact that we're before you again today highlights the importance of this issue to the Inungan people, specifically to our codified value of utilizing, not wasting our God-given resources, including the highly prized halibut. The Inungan, or Aleut people, have utilized and depended on chuggy, or halibut, for thousands of years. Even today, we celebrate this customary and traditional food resource through cultural practices, including in song, through traditional dance, and in the customary celebration and sharing of a young person's first landed halibut. Due to the high cost of store foods throughout the region, especially prices for nutritious, high-quality protein, halibut is an essential and healthy part of the modern Aleut diet. As importantly, halibut is an essential part of the fishing economy for nearly all of our Inungan communities and the primary driver for several communities' economies. From Nelson Lagoon on the Alaska Peninsula, out the Aleutian chain to Atka, and up to the Pribilof Islands, we fish and rely on all regional gear types and sectors where local directed fisheries provide the greatest benefits. The current draft EIS, including the social impact assessment, do not adequately measure and summarize the impacts of each alternative to at least 5 of the 10 national standards under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. The NEPA process, as well as executive orders, and perhaps most difficult to define, but underlying all of these regulations is the federal trust responsibility to the Aleut tribes. These require fully informed evaluation prior to action. An example of addressing the trust responsibility would be to address the fact that the Amendment 80 prohibited species catch prioritization has the direct effect of closing halibut fisheries. But perhaps more importantly to your deliberation in the mandated process, both your SSC and the AP have raised significant issues with the current draft and the information underlying the alternatives. My apologies. The SSC acknowledges the issues raised by others on the applicability of the current model. The Aleut community of St. Paul Island tribal government has asked the council request the IPHC's model as the best available science and use it for this action. The AP concluded that the current analysis was inadequate to select a preliminary preferred alternative due to the omitted effects of bycatch on Area 4C D&E directed fisheries at low halibut abundance, on the Alaska Native peoples, and on the historic and modeled ratios between the directed halibut fisheries and bycatch fisheries. But this problem has been ongoing for many years, so now we definitely need to have adequate information to evaluate and balance all of the required regulations before taking action. Please request and weigh all of the data on behalf of all of the invested halibut users before taking management action that can endure our future anticipated challenges. APIA expects that the supplemental data will support or even require additional community and halibut protections to be developed for Alternative 4, including Option 3. I have some time left, or have I frozen?
You've got about a minute left.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Beyond sustaining the directed halibut fisheries all around the Bering Sea, there will also be greater survival of recruitment class halibut, allowing more outright migration of halibut from the Bering Sea, bolstering sport, commercial, and personal use fisheries throughout the Gulf of Alaska, and even as far away as the West Coast. And by increasing availability and moderating prices, we'll put more halibut in the mouths of more Americans, which is the very definition of optimal yield. I thank you very much, Chairman Keenan, and each of you, council members, for your consideration and prepared to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Plotnikoff. Are there any questions? Don't see any. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chris Woodley.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Do you have me okay?
Yes, we do. Good afternoon.
All right, great. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, my name is Chris Woodley, and I'm the Executive Director of Groundfish Forum. Groundfish Forum is 5 member companies who operate 19 trawl catcher processor vessels in the federal fisheries of the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska. As provided in our letter of April 2nd, I will be speaking to the issues of National Standard 9 and National Standard 1. Speaking first to National Standard 9 and the issue of practicability, pages 139 to 144 of the analysis thoroughly discuss our sector's bycatch mortality reduction strategies. This section details that 1, our vessels are incentivized to avoid halibut. 2, deck sorting is fully implemented on 100% of our vessels and all of our fisheries. And 3, our cooperative halibut avoidance plan applies steady downward pressure on our vessels to meet low halibut bycatch rates throughout the year. In implementing these bycatch reduction efforts, it is clear the M&80 sector is already maximizing the use of their tools to reduce bycatch and bycatch mortality to the extent practicable. With vessels already exercising all available tools, if alternatives 2 through 4 implemented, the remaining option will be to reduce fishing effort and harvest. The analysis makes what they term the gross approximation on page 28, stating that PSC cuts would begin to constrain the Amendment 80 sector at 1,396 metric tons. However, this gross approximation is contradicted by available data and evidence from the Amendment 80 fishery. In our comment letter, we provided a retrospective analysis of the number of Amendment 80 companies that would have run out of PSC and been shut down under the alternatives. A hard look at this data shows that the alternatives are immediately harmful to our companies. Given what our analysis portends, we request that these impacts upon individual companies be fully evaluated in the next analysis. Shifting now to National Standard 1, a trade-off that needs to be considered is how reducing halibut PSC use and groundfish harvest will impact food production and consumers. One of Groundfish Forum's values is that we proudly feed people across the globe by sustainably harvesting fish from the Bering Sea. National Standard 1 guidelines state that Council should consider the benefits of food production derived from providing seafood to consumers and should speak to utilizing the capacity of the nation's fishery resources to meet the nutritional needs of the nation as well as nutritional needs worldwide. While the analysis indirectly characterizes these food production trade-offs in terms of metric tons of headed and gutted groundfish as compared to millions of net pounds of head-on dressed halibut, these kinds of comparisons are not transparent to the public. A more relatable and direct measure is to use a food production metric to answer the question whether the action increases or decreases the number of meals defined as a 4-ounce fillet portion made available to consumers. More specifically, how many groundfish meals does the Amendment 80 sector produce from an increment of halibut PSC, and in comparison, how many meals would be produced by the directed halibut fishery using that same increment of halibut PSC if it were instead harvested within the directed fishery? Based on our analysis, the trade-off in food production is enormous. The number of groundfish meals available to consumers would be reduced by nearly 100-to-1 ratio for every increment reduction in halibut PSC. Not only would there be an enormous reduction in food production, but these reductions would impact different consumer groups differently. Groundfish fillets, the bulk of which are made from Amendment 80 harvested flounders and soles, are found in the frozen food section at supermarkets and are usually purchased by budget-conscious consumers who are seeking a sustainably harvested nutritious protein for their families. Costs for these food items are generally low, around $5 a pound. Another example of a MM80 harvested product is Cajun Spice Flounder Sandwich from the Popeyes restaurant, which sells for $4.99. This gives you an idea of the price point of these MM80 products. In contrast, halibut fillets are most often fill an expensive product niche that only relatively affluent consumers can afford. Halibut fillets are currently $18 to $26 a pound in grocery stores. In the restaurant trade, halibut fillets are marketed as a featured seafood entree and generally are found in the high-end white tablecloth restaurants where serving often costs between $35 and $50 a plate. We request that the analysis address and clearly frame the remarkable negative impacts to groundfish food production, which ultimately favor affluent consumers over consumers of more modest means. To conclude, we would ask that the Council fully consider our extensive bycatch reduction efforts to date and recognize that these reductions have not been achieved through good luck or happenstance, but instead have been achieved through ongoing dedication, ingenuity, and hard work by the MM80 sector. We are responsible stewards of our sector's fishery resources. We have a solid track record of being responsive to the concerns of this Council, and we remain fully committed and engaged in working on this issue. But in order for our sector to continue producing hundreds of millions of meals annually, this action must be practicable, and it currently is not. The proposed cuts to PSC caps within alternatives 2 through 4, when combined with any performance standards, are simply not achievable without significant impact to MM80 companies and their crew. Given the levels of impact, without any benefits to spawning stock biomass, and lack of clear benefit to the directed halibut fishery, it doesn't make sense to impose cuts we can't achieve. And Mr. Chairman, those are the end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woodley. Are there any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your testimony. Mr. Woodley, I think I heard you say that the Council analysis for this action should do a company-by-company analysis of on the MM80 sector companies of this potential action. And we did have a brief discussion with our staff during the presentation about that. And so I wonder if you have specific suggestions as to how the analysts could do that, because I'm pretty sure I heard them say that they're not able to do that.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Baker. You know, I will admit I'm not an expert on how that data is managed by through NOAA Fisheries or Council staff, but I would point out that in the analysis that there was a section that laid out the impacts or the portfolios of the different companies at a company-specific level, which was a new feature to previous analyses, and it was in considering our comments on that, we thought that you could similarly show the bycatch portfolios of individual companies and how they could be affected by different reductions. And I think that if there was concerns over that level of, with just the 5 companies, if you made it on a vessel by vessel basis, that may further sufficiently blur the identity of individual operations so that you could display that information. But Ms. Baker, I have to admit I did not hear the conversation during the staff presentation, so I'm shooting it in the dark a little bit here.
Okay, thank you for that. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Woodley, one of the things we hear in public testimony and we hear throughout is that you have a co-op up for this public resource, and the co-op has tools to deal with bycatch. I guess my question is, Mr. Govan earlier said that he thinks we're reaching a point of that there's not a lot of room left to do more. What is your opinion of the ability of the co-op to do more. I mean, the co-ops can get very, very creative, and so I need to understand where your limit is, if there is one, and how far away are we from it?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cross, yeah, as it relates to the co-op, I do think we're going to have some testimony behind me that's going to speak more directly to that issue, but I can take a stab at it, and I guess yes, co-ops have tools, and we have been working on halibut bycatch reductions within our co-op since 2008, since the co-op was formed. And we have, continually been working on, working with communications on the ground and making sure that we were maximizing, by not having to race for fish anymore, that you would, that we could be more selective of when we fish, where we fish, and have that flexibility to minimize our bycatch. The co-op has put in tremendous work into our halibut avoidance plan. And that halibut avoidance plan is a bycatch rate-based program on individual species within the Amendment 80 sector that puts continual downward pressure on our vessels to minimize bycatch throughout the year. But I think with deck sorting, I mean, that's been fully implemented and maximized within the co-op and all the vessels that participated. So, I mean, if you, so when we look at what else is out there and what other tools are available, we just, we don't see them. I mean, I think that there's work, we've talked about doing additional work on excluders and evaluating the effectiveness of those excluders within the co-op, but that could be a positive or a negative depending on what we find out about how effective they are. So I agree with Mr. Govan that the tools that we have at this point are extremely limited, and I think that even if there were some tools that were available, the real question is it going to move the needle? When we started deck sorting, we went from an 85% discard mortality rate down to a 50% discard mortality rate. That's called moving the needle. That was a huge impact, and I think it created a lot of benefit for the directed fisheries in the Bering Sea. But when we look out on the horizon, we don't see anything that moves the needle like that. And so I think that, again, even if there are some tools that could be out there, I believe that the increments are going to be, it's hard to say. I mean, maybe we'll be surprised with something, but it just doesn't seem that there is anything out there that is going to continue to move the needle. And I think that Mr. Govan's right. We're at the point of diminishing returns, and that's where we're at.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Woodley. So my question, I asked a similar question of John Govan. I'll give you a chance to respond to. My question is that being that you your testimony is that you've done all you can, all the tools are gone. The only tools that would be left if we took action under alternative 2, 3, or 4, if I heard you right, would be to reduce your target species. But so, which has that's a very expensive solution. So, and I think you aptly pointed that out. But my question to you is that there's also another side of this too. I guess I'll just be frank here. But the other side of it is that I hear the testimony is from other. I've got to weigh in all the testimony I hear, and so I heard the testimony of Ms. Pletnikoff and others, and the fact that cutting back on your species, your target species, is the only option you think you have. How do you respond to that? I mean, the idea that we've got an inexpensive fish sandwich at Popeyes, I don't think resonates with me when I hear those particular comments on that aspect. So I thought I'd give you a chance to respond to that, and then I have another question as well.
Sure. Through the chair, Mr. Downs. I guess I'd just like to start off by saying that, we're not blind, we're not deaf. We know the struggles that are going on in the directed halibut fishery. I have friends in the directed halibut fishery. I've been working with these people in these fisheries for years and years and years, as have, everybody else in our sector. We recognize the importance of this issue, and we have been, busting our tails, quite frankly, for years to do everything we can to bring our bycatch levels down. And we've been very successful in that. I recognize that it's not that what we've achieved so far is not enough for a lot of people who are, participating in this process. But again, going back to the issue of what moves the needle further, what moves the needle is, that we start reducing our harvest, or we start, tying up early. That, and if that's where the council goes. I mean, as you stated, Mr. Down, there's a lot of economic impact to that for our crew members, for and the wages that they earn, and impacts to the communities where we operate. So, and I guess, quite frankly, I guess I look at it as a false choice. It's not necessarily a zero-sum game between our sector and the directed halibut fishery. There are other things, and I know that is not part of this action, and I recognize that, but there are things that the IPHC could do. There's been discussions of lowering the catch limits, or the size limits. There's been conversations about how much fish is going to Canada through the IPHC process. It's not going to Alaskan communities. Those are things that also move the needle, but it's not part of this it's not part of the decision that we're in right now. So, we're, Mr. Down, I don't know if I've answered your question, but I guess I think that there's other things out there. And, we've had conversations about, other solutions, but within this context, within this document right now, there's not a lot of ground to give, unfortunately.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A second question.
Mr. Down.
Thank you. So, I was on the council. I think it was maybe my first meeting or one of my first meetings in June of 2015 when we took action on reducing Amendment 80, so reducing halibut bycatch across the board in a pretty significant amount, and then we agreed to come back to this. And at that time, Mr. Woodley, we heard testimony from the Amendment 80 sector that if we took that action, that there was going to be boats tied up, that all kinds of bad things were going to happen. And I don't think that bared itself out to be the truth. And so some of that was, I think, just based on fear of what might happen. So when I look at this, and I'm thinking about that, and I look at this, and I see that you average over the last 5 years in halibut bycatch is 1,250 metric tons, and we've got caps that are that we're considering here that would be well above that. I don't see why we automatically can say that alternative 2, 3, and 4, which was your testimony, would result in reduced species. I don't think that's what the analysis shows, that would be the effect of alternative 2, 3, or 4 would be a reduction in your species. So I wanted to give you a chance to respond to that as well. if you would. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Down. So, you know, one thing that we did highlight in our letter was the issue of looking at this at a sector level versus an individual company level, and in our letter we specifically talked about what happened with there used to be two amendment cooperatives. So the Alaska Seafood Cooperative, which is still here, and the Alaska Groundfish Cooperative, which was run by the vessels of fishing that cooperative were owned by the Fishing Company of Alaska. And in 2015, when we took that action, or when the council took action to reduce by 25%, that action had enormous impacts on the Fishing Company of Alaska. They could not meet the performance standards that were established. They weren't able to implement deck sorting, even though they talked about it for 2 years. And so their response to meeting the new requirements in cuts after the start of 2016 was that their flatfish harvests were reduced by 66%. And then and that was in 2016, and then the company was bought out at the end of 2016. I know that we all know, the people in this process, that was not the only issues that were going on with the Fishing Company of Alaska, but the fact of the matter is they had to stop or largely scale back their groundfish fishing operations just to operate under this new system. So, and the point in that is that, when you do look at the analysis, and we feel it is important to look at it at a company level, because through our own internal analysis on this, we show that the incremental reductions in bycatch as established in the alternatives are impacting individual companies much sooner than they would the overall sector.
Thank you, Mr. Woodley, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Any further questions for Mr. Woodley? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Yes, sir, thank you.
All right, it's 4:08, so let's take one more testifier before we break for the day. Mark Guillory.
Hi, this is Mark Guillory.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hey, I really appreciate the opportunity to comment, and I won't need 3 minutes, so you guys can get out of there pretty soon. I don't represent a company or a co-op or anything big. I represent my family and I think a lot of smaller fishing families in Sitka, Area 2C. We rely on halibut to maintain our livelihood there and to feed our families. And we support abundance-based management. We support the science-based SSC recommendations. And based on that, we support the council's alternative 4. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from council members? Don't see any. Thanks again for your time.
Thank you for the time.
Okay, it is 4:10. Let's go ahead and break for the day. We'll come back at 8 a.m. Alaska time and resume public testimony. Have a great evening.
Good night.